Deep in the heart of the Amazon, where sunlight barely touches the forest floor and every sound seems to echo with ancient whispers, lies a secret that could rewrite the history of civilization. The story begins not with modern scientists, but with explorers who vanished into the green abyss centuries ago. They spoke of strange shapes beneath the canopy, of roads and walls swallowed by vines, and of a people who once ruled this land long before recorded history began. For generations, their claims were dismissed as madness, born from fever and gold lust. Yet, as the jungle breathes and reclaims everything, something remarkable has remained, traces of an unknown empire waiting to be rediscovered. Imagine walking to the Amazon rainforest, the air thick with humidity, the scent of earth and decay overwhelming your senses. Beneath your feet, roots twist around something unnatural, perfectly straight stones aligned in deliberate patterns. What if those stones weren't placed there by nature? What if they were once streets, courtyards, or temples belonging to a forgotten world that thrived before the rise of the Inca, before the Maya, before even the great civilizations of Mesopotamia? The thought itself challenges everything we've been taught about human progress and the origins of advanced societies. For decades, mainstream archaeology insisted that the Amazon could never have supported a large civilization. Its soils, they said, were too poor, its environment too hostile. At best, small tribes that have survived here, scattered and isolated. But new discoveries are tearing that certainty apart. Advanced imaging technologies like LiDAR, laser scanning that can see through dense forests, have revealed immense geometric structures hidden just beneath the vegetation. Circles, squares, and causeways stretching for miles. These are not random formations. They are the fingerprint of urban planning, evidence of organized labor and sophisticated knowledge. Something, or someone, once shaped this wilderness with precision. This is the mystery that drives explorers, scientists, and seekers today. Who were these people? How did they manage to build vast settlements in one of the most challenging environments on Earth? And most importantly, why did their empire disappear so completely that it left not even a name behind? Each question draws us deeper into the labyrinth of time, where myth and history blur into one. There are whispers among the indigenous tribes that their ancestors lived in great cities, ruled by the Shining Ones, beings of immense knowledge who taught them how to work the land and harness its power. These legends speak of cities built from stone that glowed in moonlight, and rivers redirected by human hands. For centuries, Western scholars dismissed these tales as folklore. Yet, as the jungle slowly yields its secrets, every discovery seems to echo those ancient words. The impossible is becoming undeniable. What makes this revelation even more compelling is how it challenges our understanding of civilization itself. We have long assumed that cities, writing, and complex societies emerged in the Old World, in Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, and that the Americas developed later in isolation. But if a sprawling, organized culture once thrived in the Amazon, it means history may be far older and more interconnected than we ever imagined. It suggests that knowledge, architecture, and even spiritual traditions might have spread across the globe long before recorded time. As the evidence grows, so too does the tension between established academia and those daring question it. Some researchers claim this lost Amazonian empire could have influenced later civilizations or even predated them by thousands of years. Others go further, suggesting it may have held technologies, agricultural, astronomical, perhaps even energetic, that modern science still struggles to understand. These are bold claims, often labeled as pseudoscience. But what happens when pseudoscience begins to find proof in the soil, the stones, and the scars of the earth itself? The jungle hides everything, secrets, bones, and truths that threaten to change how humanity sees itself. Every time a new geoglyph or ancient road is uncovered, the boundary between myth and history blurs just a little more. The deeper we dig, the more the old stories start to sound less like fantasy and more like memory. Perhaps, buried beneath centuries of roots and rivers, lies not a myth at all, but the remnants of a once great civilization that dared to master the rainforest. This is not just a tale of discovery. It is a revelation waiting to unfold. The Amazon, once thought to be an untouched wilderness, may in fact be a living museum of human ingenuity, a forgotten chapter of our collective past. And as you follow this journey through the following sections, you will come face to face with evidence that suggests our ancestors were far more advanced, far more connected, and far more mysterious than history has allowed us to believe. The question that remains is not whether such a civilization existed, but why it was buried in silence for so long, and what truths it still guards beneath its endless canopy. The Amazon is more than a rainforest. It's an endless, breathing ocean of green. From above, it stretches beyond the horizon, a shimmering labyrinth of life, mist, and mystery. Beneath its emerald canopy lies a world that feels almost alien, older than human memory itself. Every sound, the hum of insects, the distant cry of unseen birds, the rustle of unseen creatures, whisper stories from a time when legends walked among men. The deeper you go, the more the modern world fades away. GPS signals die, compasses spin, and the jungle seems to swallow all sense of direction. It is here, in this overwhelming expanse, that myths of lost kingdoms were born. For centuries, indigenous tribes who call this place home have spoken of vast stone cities swallowed by vegetation, of the forest that eats the past. To them, the jungle isn't just nature, it's a living being with memory and will. The elders tell of sacred lands where the trees grow in perfect circles, where ancient spirits guard the remains of their ancestors' temples. Some tribes speak of a place called Zana, or the Mother of Earth, a city built by gods before the Great Flood. Others describe the Shining Ones, beings who descended from the stars, teaching their forebears how to shape the earth and command the rivers. These tales, passed down through countless generations, are not treated as myth. They are history, sung by the firelight and etched in memory. When European explorers first arrived in the 1500s, they heard these stories and were captivated by them. To the ears of conquistadors and priests, the idea of golden cities hidden within the jungle sounded like divine temptation. They named it El Dorado, the Golden One, a city where wealth flowed like rivers, and the air shimmered with the light of untold treasures. The quest for this mythical kingdom consumed hundreds of lives. Expeditions vanished without a trace, swallowed by storms, disease, and despair. For the men who sought it, the jungle was a living nightmare. Yet the legends refused to die. Every failure seemed to give birth to new versions of the story, new claims of cities glimpsed through the fog, or stones seen glinting beneath the roots. But beneath the fevered dreams and greed, there may have been something real, something older and far more profound than gold. The tribal accounts often describe places of learning, not wealth. Cities where the earth itself was shaped to serve the people, where the gods walked side by side with humans, and where sacred knowledge was shared and protected. The El Dorado the conquistadors sought may not have been a city of gold, but a city of wisdom. Yet, blinded by greed, they could not see it. The jungle, in its quiet and eternal patience, became the keeper of these secrets. The vines grew over every stone, the rivers shifted their courses, and the trees devoured what humans left behind. Over time, the legends became ghost stories, dismissed by scholars as fantasies told by primitive tribes. For the Western world, the Amazon was considered uncharted wilderness, untouched by complex civilization. But for those who lived there, it was never wilderness. It was home to their ancestors, a cradle of humanity where the gods once spoke in thunder and light. Modern explorers now listen to those same stories with new ears. Many of the ancient myths reference geometric clearings, sacred roads, and star-lined gardens, descriptions that eerily match recent satellite and LiDAR discoveries. Could it be that what the tribes preserve in oral tradition were the memories of real cities that once flourished beneath the jungle canopy? Perhaps the myths that the West dismisses fantasy were actually coded history, surviving the ages through ritual and song. The contrast between the scientific view and the mythic one is staggering. Science once said the Amazon was too hostile for civilization, while myth claimed it was a birthplace of the first great teachers. Yet both perspectives may now be converging. The legends of gods descending from the skies could be metaphors for ancient explorers or astronomer priests who brought knowledge of the stars. The stone cities swallowed by trees might not be exaggerations, but eyewitness accounts of real settlements overtaken by centuries of growth. As night falls in the Amazon, the forest comes alive in ways that defy explanation. Fireflies flicker like stars between the trunks, and the canopy hums with unseen life. It's easy to understand how ancient people could believe this was a realm of spirits and deities. Even today, scientists speak of the jungle's intelligence, its complex communication systems, its ability to self-regulate and adapt. To the ancients, this living network might have seemed like a divine consciousness, a god of green and shadow. The Amazon's vastness remains one of the last true frontiers on Earth. Over 60% of it has never been systematically explored, and entire regions remain uncontacted by modern science. Satellite imaging shows strange patterns beneath the trees. Straight lines, circular formations, and raised platforms that seem too precise to be natural. Could these be the remnants of the legendary cities described in the old stories? The same cities that once inspired madness, greed, and obsession? As we peel back the layers of myth, it becomes harder to tell where legend ends and reality begins. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between, an ancient civilization whose achievements were so profound that they became the foundation of centuries of storytelling. The myths of El Dorado, of Zana, of the Shining Ones, all may be echoes of forgotten empire that once ruled the Amazon basin. This is a paradox of the green abyss. It conceals and reveals in equal measure. It is both destroyer and protector, erasing history while preserving it in silence. Every tree root that pierces an old wall, every vine that covers a buried plaza, becomes part of a natural conspiracy to keep the past hidden. Yet the truth cannot remain buried forever. The same jungle that swallowed the cities is now giving them back, through technology, exploration, and the persistence of human curiosity. In the next chapter of this journey, we will follow the explorers who dare to chase these legends into the unknown, risking everything to prove that the old myths were true. Before we can uncover what lies beneath, we must understand those who first believed, and those who refused to stop searching for the impossible. In the 16th century, the world was being redrawn by empires. Maps were filled with blank spaces, oceans stretched endlessly, and the hearts of men burned with a desire to claim the unknown. Among these frontiers, none stirred more obsession or terror than the Amazon. Tales drifted across the Atlantic, of rivers that glittered with gold, of cities where the streets shimmered in sunlight, and of kings adorned in dusted jewels. The Spanish called it El Dorado, the Golden One. But what began as a quest for riches soon turned into something far stranger, an encounter with mysteries that defied explanation. The first Europeans to venture deep into the Amazon were not scientists or explorers in the modern sense. They were conquistadors driven by greed, faith, and fear. Men like Francisco de Orellana and Gonzalo Pizarro carved their way through uncharted jungle, believing they were destined to find a kingdom overflowing with treasure. The chronicles of their journeys describe encounters that should not have been possible. Vast villages connected by wide roads, towering wooden fortifications, and organized armies numbering in the tens of thousands. These were not scattered tribes. They were societies. Yet when later expeditions retraced their steps, the cities were gone, the villages vanished, swallowed whole by the forest. The official narrative declared that the early explorers had lied or hallucinated under the stress of disease and hunger. But what if they hadn't? The accounts were eerily consistent. Orellana, in his 1542 journey down the Amazon, wrote that he had seen great settlements as large as those in Spain, with well-fed inhabitants and intricate governance. Gaspar de Carvajal, a Dominican friar who traveled with him, described villages extending for many leagues without end and temples built for worship, surrounded by walls and roads. His writings were dismissed for centuries as exaggerations meant to glorify the expedition, yet his tone was not that of a fantasist. It was that of a witness, horrified and awed by what he saw. He even described women warriors who fought alongside men, a detail that led to the river itself being named after the fabled Amazons of Greek myth. By the 17th century, the myth of El Dorado had taken a new shape. The Golden City was said to lie not in the mountains, but deep within the jungle, a hidden world ruled by mysterious people who vanished when approached. Jesuit priests searching for souls to convert spoke of strange earthen mounds, symmetrical clearings, and stone idols half buried in vines. Indigenous guides told them that the land itself would not allow foreigners to find what it protected. Expeditions vanished without a trace. The forest swallowed them whole. Historians later painted these tales as the fevered dreams of desperate men chasing illusions. The jungle they argued, was too unforgiving to sustain cities. The soil was poor, incapable of supporting agriculture on a large scale. Disease, humidity, and isolation made permanent settlements impossible. It was a convenient explanation, one that aligned the arrogance of empire and the limits of European understanding. To accept that the so-called primitive tribes had once built thriving civilizations would have shattered the colonial worldview. Still, the rumors persisted. Indigenous oral traditions told of a time before the endless forest, when the land was open, cultivated, and filled with great plazas. They spoke of the city of mirrors, where buildings gleamed like glass under the sun. Some stories told of the Snake City, where canals and roads coiled like a serpent across the landscape. In nearly every variation, there was a recurring theme. The civilization was punished for its pride. A great flood came, or the gods turned their faces away, and the jungle reclaimed what humanity had built. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that a handful of Western adventurers reignited the search. Men like Percy Fawcett, a British explorer obsessed with finding what he called the Lost City of Z, dedicated their lives to proving that the legends were based on truth. Fawcett's meticulous notes describe pottery fragments, roads visible from above, and stone carvings depicting figures with non-native features. He believed he had found evidence of an advanced Amazonian civilization that predated all known cultures in the Americas. In 1925, he set out with his son and a small team into the Mato Grosso region of Brazil and vanished without a trace. His disappearance only deepened the mystery. Were Fawcett and his men killed by hostile tribes, or did they find what they were looking for? A city lost to time, protected by its own myth? Dozens of expeditions followed in his footsteps, and many met the same fate. The forest offered no answers, only silence and the haunting sense that it was guarding something it did not want revealed. Today, historians rereading those old journals have begun to see them in a new light. The precision of the explorers' descriptions, once dismissed as fantasy, now aligns with modern discoveries made through satellite imagery and LiDAR scans. Where they reported networks of roads and geometric clearings, scientists have now confirmed the existence of massive earthworks, some stretching for miles. It's as if the explorers were telling the truth all along, but humanity simply wasn't ready to believe them. The myth of El Dorado may have been twisted by greed, but beneath it lay a kernel of truth. There was something extraordinary hidden in the heart of the Amazon. Not a city of gold, perhaps, but a city of knowledge, of ingenuity, of harmony between human architecture and nature. The explorers, blinded by their lust for riches, could not recognize the greater treasure that lay before them. A civilization that mastered sustainability long before modern science even conceived of the idea. As we revisit their stories, we begin to see the pattern. What they describe matches what we are now rediscovering beneath centuries of growth. Roads, causeways, canals, and settlements laid out with purpose and intelligence. The early explorers may not have found El Dorado in the form they expected, but their journeys opened the first cracks in the illusion that the Amazon was untouched wilderness. Every expedition that vanished, every journal that ended mid-sentence, left behind more than a mystery. It left clues, fragments of a greater truth waiting to be connected. The jungle, in its infinite patience, kept its secret safe until the world was ready to see. And now, centuries later, with the help of modern science and technology, the evidence those men died searching for is finally being uncovered. The legend of El Dorado was never about gold. It was about memory, humanity's oldest, deepest memory of a world that existed before history began. A world that the forest has guarded for millennia, waiting for us to remember. History is a fragile thing, easily rewritten, easily erased. Between the pages of dusty colonial records and forgotten explorers' journals lie fragments of a truth too strange to fit into conventional history. For centuries, the story of the Amazon has been told as one of wilderness and isolation. But hidden among the archives of European empires are quiet traces that suggest something far greater once stood where today only trees and rivers remain. These forgotten clues, maps, letters, testimonies, paint a very different picture of the jungle, not as an untouched paradise, but as the graveyard of an ancient civilization. In the centuries following the great expeditions of the 1500s and 1600s, countless reports emerged from missionaries, naturalists, and early cartographers who ventured into South America. Some were men of faith, others of science, but their accounts shared a strange consistency. They spoke of enormous earthworks, straight roads cutting to the forest, and mounds of worship that mirrored the patterns of the stars. They described entire regions where ground had been reshaped, leveled, terraced, and engineered in ways that could not be explained by chance. Yet their findings were largely ignored. The European world, still clinging to the belief in its own superiority, dismissed these reports as the misunderstandings of ignorant travelers or the exaggerations of overzealous priests. But the clues never truly disappeared. Take, for instance, the early Jesuit missionaries who entered the Amazon basin in the 1600s. Their diaries tell of vast plazas and causeways so wide that 2 carriages could pass abreast, though no such vehicles existed there. They recorded their confusion upon seeing strange black soil, so fertile that crops grew year-round, even after decades of use. Locals told them it was the soil of the ancestors, created by those who came before the forest. To the missionaries, it was an enigma. How could supposedly primitive peoples have mastered such advanced agriculture? To modern science, we now know this black soil as terra preta, an engineered earth that still defies full explanation. Even colonial cartographers, who prided themselves on accuracy, left behind oddities in their maps. Rivers bending at impossible angles, symbols of walled cities where none were thought to exist, and networks of lines that didn't match the visible geography. Some of these maps, preserved in European libraries, show circular patterns and straight corridors deep within regions of the Amazon still unexplored today. Could they have been the remnants of pre-existing knowledge, perhaps copied from even older sources, like those that inspired the mysterious Pyre Reefs map of Antarctica? One particular mystery lies within the writings of Alexander von Humboldt, the renowned 19th century naturalist who explored South America extensively. Though celebrated for his scientific contributions, Humboldt's private notes reveal his fascination with ancient geometries in the jungle, linear clearings and raised mounds too precise to be natural. He speculated that these were remnants of an organized society that once thrived there, but fearing ridicule, he refrained from publishing those ideas publicly. Only decades after his death did fragments of these writings resurface, confirming his suspicions that the Amazon may have been home to a people of grand design. There were others, too, the chroniclers, the soldiers, the traders, each leaving behind a breadcrumb of truth. In 1743, a Portuguese explorer named Francisco de Melo Palhita described encountering massive earthen embankments near the Madeira River, covered in vegetation but unmistakably artificial. He reported the ruins of what seemed like stone pillars and roads laid in symmetry. His report was sent to Lisbon and buried in archives, labeled as non-verified observation. 2 centuries later, modern archaeologists using LiDAR technology found earthworks in the exact region Palhita described. It was as if his words had waited in silence for technology to catch up. Another forgotten record comes from the writings of Charles-Marie de la Condamine, an 18th century French scientist and member of the Paris Academy of Sciences. While exploring the Amazon, he noted the presence of ancient causeways and canals built to withstand flooding, and villages forming concentric circles, suggesting deliberate design. These observations were met with skepticism. Europe at the time was immersed in Enlightenment rationalism, and the idea that the so-called savages of the New World could have engineered advanced infrastructure was inconceivable. The arrogance of empire blinded scholars to the evidence before them. Even in the early 20th century, explorers continued to stumble upon relics they could not explain. Clay figurines depicting humanoid figures with elongated heads, strange tools made of unknown alloys, and carved stones aligned perfectly with solstice points, all cataloged and quietly stored in museum basements. Many such items were never studied, their provenance questioned, their significance denied. Yet every one of these objects whispers the same truth. The Amazon once belonged to an intelligent and organized culture. Modern researchers are beginning to re-examine these neglected archives. When cross-referenced with satellite imagery, many of the old explorers' sketches align with known archaeological sites. The patterns of rivers and terrain that seem random are now understood to have been deliberately engineered. The faint outlines of roads and mounds that early travelers described match the geometric earthworks being uncovered today. What the old world called fantasy is now becoming fact. Why, then, were these clues ignored for so long? Part of the answer lies in academic inertia. When the theory takes hold, it resists contradiction. The belief that the Amazon was a pristine wilderness became dogma, serving both scientific simplicity and colonial ideology. To acknowledge that the rainforest was once home to a sophisticated civilization would have meant rewriting history. And admitting that indigenous knowledge ran deeper than European science was willing to accept. So the evidence was buried, not by the jungle this time, but by human pride. But history has a way of resurrecting itself. The explorers' forgotten reports, the missionaries' strange observations, the maps that never quite fit, all of them are resurfacing in light of modern discovery. Together, they form a mosaic of truth too detailed to dismiss. The Amazon is revealing that it was never an untouched Eden. It was once a vast, interconnected landscape of cities, canals, and sacred sites, hidden for centuries beneath a blanket of green. And if these centuries-old records were right about the existence of such structures, what else might they have seen that we still don't understand? What other forgotten truths lie between the yellowed pages of history, waiting for the world to remember? As the next section will show, the forest itself may hold the answers. Beneath the soil, under layers of roots and time, the physical evidence of that lost world still waits to be unearthed. A civilization erased not by conquest or decay, but by nature itself, patient and merciless. Time is the greatest sculptor, and nowhere does it work with such quiet perfection as in the Amazon. The jungle is both creator and destroyer. Its beauty masks its brutality, and its silence hides centuries of secrets. To understand why the traces of an entire civilization vanished so completely, we must understand how the Amazon itself erases memory. Unlike the desert of Egypt or the stone plains of Mesopotamia, where time preserves what men once built, the rainforest devours. It consumes every monument, every wall, every relic of human ambition, until only the whisper of a pattern remains beneath the soil. Imagine a city built from stone and clay, adorned with temples and plazas, teeming with tens of thousands of people. Then imagine the relentless march of centuries as the jungle returns. The roots crack open stone foundations, vines swallow rooftops, and torrential rains melt the very walls back into the earth. Within a few generations, nature reclaims everything. The humid air feeds mold and fungus. The rivers shift their paths and flood old roads, and the once living city becomes part of the forest's pulse. In 100 years, it is gone. In 1,000, even its memory becomes myth. This is the fate of any civilization that dares to build within the lungs of the earth. Archaeologists once believed that such total erasure meant no great civilization could have ever thrived there. The reasoning was simple. If such an empire had existed, it would have left behind massive ruins like those in Egypt, Greece, or Peru. But this assumption ignored the Amazon's unique and ruthless ecosystem. In the tropics, the soil is shallow and acidic. Organic material decomposes in months, not centuries. Stone is rare and easily broken by the roots of towering trees. Even metal corrodes almost instantly under constant humidity. What remains after centuries are faint geometric scars in the earth, barely visible to the human eye, but clear as day to the instruments of modern science. This process of natural erasure has misled generations of researchers. When early archaeologists arrived in the 19th and 20th centuries, they found no pyramids, no colossal statues, no enduring monuments. They assumed there was nothing to find. They declared the Amazon a counterexample to civilization, a place too wild, too poor, too untamable to nurture complex societies. For decades, this narrative stood unchallenged. Textbooks taught that the rainforest was a green desert, its soil too infertile to feed large populations. It became a scientific dogma that shaped our entire view of the pre-Columbian Americas. But nature, as it turns out, was not simply destructive. It was protective. The forests that devoured the cities also hid them from colonizers, treasure hunters, and centuries of exploitation. In burying the past, the jungle preserved it in ways no stone monument ever could. Beneath the roots of giant saber trees, layers of dark, fertile soil, terra preta, conceal shards of pottery, charred bone, and ancient roads. These remnants reveal that millions once lived in the Amazon basin, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. Far from being primitive, they had mastered the forest, transforming it into a vast garden. The collapse of this civilization remains one of history's most haunting enigmas. What could have caused such a complete disappearance? Some scientists point to disease brought by early European contact, a wave of plagues that wiped out up to 90% of indigenous populations before permanent colonies were ever established. Others suggest climatic shifts or ecological exhaustion, though evidence increasingly shows these ancient people lived sustainably, not destructively. Another theory, both poetic and tragic, holds that the very adaptability that made them great also sealed their fate. When catastrophe struck, whether disease, drought, or invasion, the survivors melted back into the forest, becoming one with it, taking their knowledge and traditions with them. Over generations, their descendants forgot the cities, but kept the stories. The myths of shining temples, sky gods, and the lost cities of the jungle may be fragments of collective memory from that time. In a strange way, the Amazon's destructive power mirrors the resilience of the people who once lived there. To survive, they learned to live with the jungle, not against it. They didn't carve mountains or build with unyielding stone. They shaped the earth itself, crafting mounds, canals, and causeways that blended seamlessly with the terrain. When they vanished, those earthworks vanished with them, absorbed into the landscape, invisible beneath the layers of life that grew above. The jungle didn't destroy their legacy. It disguised it. For centuries, explorers stood in the very heart of ancient cities without realizing it. They built camps over buried plazas, cut paths through ceremonial roads, and mistook ancient canals for natural streams. The truth was always there, hidden in plain sight. But without the tools to see beneath the surface, humanity was blind to its own history. Only now, with technologies like LiDAR and high-resolution satellite imaging, are we beginning to uncover the ghostly outlines of this lost world. What once appeared to be untouched wilderness is now revealed as a human-engineered landscape, an intricate mosaic of settlements, gardens, and roads stretching across thousands of miles. This realization forces us to rethink not just the Amazon's history, but humanity's relationship with nature. Perhaps the forest was not a barrier to civilization. It was civilization. The people of this forgotten empire may have understood something we've lost, that true progress lies not in conquering the environment, but in becoming part of it. They built a culture so integrated with the natural world that when they disappeared, the forest simply closed over them, leaving no scars, only harmony. And yet, despite nature's relentless reclaiming, the signs remain. Buried under centuries of roots, the ghost of that empire still speaks. Through patterns too perfect to be random, through the soil too fertile to be natural, through the faint echoes of roads that lead nowhere. As archaeologists peel away the layers of green, they are not just uncovering ruins. They are awakening memory. What is emerging from the Amazon today challenges the core of our understanding of human civilization. It shows us that a people once thrived where we thought none could, that they tamed the world's wildest ecosystem without destroying it, and that their disappearance may not have been a failure, but an evolution into something the modern world can barely comprehend. The Amazon didn't destroy the civilization. It absorbed it, preserved it, and now, after centuries of silence, is slowly revealing it once again. The question is, why now? Why is the forest choosing this moment in history to give up its secrets? As we move into the next part of our journey, we'll see how modern technology, guided by curiosity and chance, has begun to pull back the curtain, exposing evidence that has lain hidden beneath the canopy for thousands of years. The jungle silence is breaking, and what it's revealing could change everything we know about our past. The story of the lost Amazonian empire takes a dramatic turn in the modern age, a time when ancient myths, once dismissed as fantasy, are now being re-examined under the lens of cutting-edge technology. For centuries, explorers, missionaries, and archaeologists looked for visible ruins, stone monuments, or carvings to prove the existence of a pre-Columbian civilization in the rainforest. But the Amazon hides its secrets well. Under its dense canopy, no satellite image or aerial photograph could penetrate the thick layers of foliage that blanket the earth. That is, until a revolutionary tool, LiDAR, changed everything. LiDAR, or light detection and ranging, works like a flashlight that can see through time. From helicopters, drones, or planes, it sends out millions of laser pulses per second toward the ground. These pulses penetrate the gaps between the leaves and branches, bounce off the surface below, and return with data that can be transformed into a detailed three-dimensional map of the terrain. What was once invisible to the human eye suddenly becomes visible, a hidden world emerging from the shadows of the forest. For the first time, scientists could see beneath the jungle without cutting down a single tree. The first breakthrough came almost by accident. In the early 2000s, archaeologists working in the Bolivian Amazon used LiDAR to survey an area that had long been dismissed as untouched wilderness. When they processed the data, what appeared on their screens left them speechless. Perfect geometric patterns, circles, squares, and interconnected lines, spanning miles. The jungle, long believed to be a wild and chaotic environment, revealed itself to be meticulously organized. These patterns weren't random natural formations. They were the fingerprints of architecture. Subsequent scans across Brazil, Ecuador, and Peru revealed the same astonishing results. Beneath the seemingly endless vegetation lay entire networks of roads, canals, defensive walls, and city grids. Researchers found massive causeways connecting settlements that were dozens of kilometers apart, evidence of long-distance travel and communication. Some cities were so vast they would have rivaled medieval European towns in population and size. Suddenly, the old reports of early explorers, dismissed for centuries as delusion, began to make sense. The cities they described were real, just invisible beneath the forest's green armor. The impact of these discoveries cannot be overstated. They forced the scientific community to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the Amazon was never an untouched wilderness. It was a cultural landscape, shaped by human hands over thousands of years. The dense forest we see today may actually be the result of ancient human engineering, a garden forest, deliberately cultivated and sustained by generations of people who understood how to live in harmony with nature. As researchers analyzed the LiDAR data, they began to notice something even more remarkable: the geometry. The structures followed patterns that hinted at advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. Circular plazas aligned with solstice points, and causeways followed precise directional bearings. Some settlements were laid out in perfect symmetry, as if designed according to sacred proportions or cosmological principles. The precision was so consistent that it defied explanation by random tribal construction. It spoke of planning, hierarchy, and collective intelligence. But the discoveries didn't stop there. Excavations beneath some of the mapped sites unearthed evidence of monumental earthworks, raised platforms, embankments, and artificial mounds. In several areas, these formations stretched over hundreds of kilometers, suggesting the presence of centralized authority capable of organizing massive labor forces. The findings began to mirror the characteristics of other ancient civilizations: urban complexity, agriculture, infrastructure, and possibly even spiritual architecture. The jungle, once thought to be incapable of sustaining such development, turned out to be one of the most ingeniously engineered ecosystems on Earth. The deeper scientists looked, the more profound the revelations became. LiDAR revealed traces of vast canal systems designed to control flooding and irrigate fields, an impressive feat of environmental engineering. It also exposed massive ceremonial centers with pyramidal mounds, structures that had long been assumed impossible in such terrain. These discoveries were like pieces of a puzzle falling into place, connecting myths, early reports, and indigenous oral traditions into a coherent narrative. Yet, with every answer came new questions. Who built these cities? How did they organize themselves in such a harsh environment? What caused their disappearance? And, perhaps most haunting of all, how can an empire this magnitude have gone unnoticed for so long? The scale of the discovery challenges not just our historical understanding, but our perception of civilization itself. It implies that the great story of humanity did not unfold in isolation across a few known centers, but in parallel across the world, even in the deepest corners of the jungle. The scientific establishment initially reacted with skepticism. Could these patterns really represent lost cities, or were they just coincidental formations shaped by nature? But as evidence mounted, from pottery fragments and engineered soil to aligned causeways and habitation layers, the doubts began to crumble. The Amazon was no longer the world's last untouched wilderness. It was an archaeological gold mine. Researchers began referring to it as the garden cities of the Amazon, an interconnected network of urban centers that may have supported millions of people at its height. This revelation changes everything. It means that the story of civilization did not move in a straight line from Mesopotamia to Greece to Rome. It radiated outward in multiple directions, with the Amazon as one of its hidden cradles. And if this could happen here, in the most remote and forbidding environment on Earth, how many other civilizations might still be waiting to be discovered beneath the jungles, deserts, and oceans of the world? The age of exploration is not over. It has simply moved into a new dimension, one of invisible landscapes in digital archaeology. Every LiDAR scan peels away another layer of time, resurrecting a world that nature has hidden for thousands of years. The technology is revealing not just lost structures, but the story of a people who once achieved what modern humanity still struggles to master: living in balance with their environment. As we move deeper into this investigation, the focus will shift to the first concrete evidence of these hidden cities, the massive geometric geoglyphs of Acre, Brazil. These strange formations, carved into the earth long before European contact, may hold the key to understanding who these ancient architects were and how they left behind a coded message written not in language, but in landscape. The jungle has spoken through its silence. Now it is time to listen. In the southwestern reaches of the Amazon basin, where Brazil borders Bolivia and Peru, the dense rainforest opens into a patchwork of mysterious clearings, vast geometric patterns carved into the earth that seem to defy explanation. These are the geoglyphs of Acre, and their discovery has ignited one of the most profound archaeological revelations of the 21st century. For centuries, this land was considered untouched wilderness, but now the soil itself tells a different story. That long before the arrival of Europeans, an advanced culture flourished here, designing structures of mathematical precision on a scale that rivals the ancient wonders of the world. The Acre geoglyphs first came to light in the late 1970s, not through archaeology, but through destruction. As parts of the rainforest were cleared for cattle ranching, satellite images revealed strange shapes beneath the soil: circles, squares, rectangles, and complex interlocking patterns that could only have been created by deliberate human hands. At first, scientists thought they might be natural features or perhaps remnants of modern agricultural activity. But as more of these shapes appeared, their symmetry and scale shattered any such assumption. By the early 2000s, aerial surveys had confirmed the existence of over 450 distinct geoglyphs across Acre alone, some stretching more than 300 meters in diameter. Standing within one of these formations is an experience both eerie and humbling. The ditches are deep, sometimes over 10 feet, and embankments are wide enough to walk upon like ancient walls. From the ground, their purpose is almost impossible to discern. But from above, a striking order emerges: circles connected by straight lines, squares aligned to cardinal directions, and even overlapping shapes that form mandala-like designs. It is geometry on a monumental scale, as if the builders were trying to communicate not through words, but through universal mathematical language. The sheer precision of these geoglyphs suggests advanced planning and knowledge of measurement. Many of the structures are aligned to solstitial points and mirror each other across vast distances. Some are perfectly symmetrical, so exact that even with modern surveying tools, it is difficult to replicate their accuracy. This level of design implies a culture with not only a deep understanding of geometry and astronomy, but also the capacity to mobilize large populations for coordinated construction. The question is, why? Archaeologists and historians have proposed various theories. Some believe the geoglyphs were ceremonial centers, open-air temples used for rituals, gatherings, and astronomical observations. Others argue they were social or administrative hubs, where trade, governance, and communication took place. Still others suggest they were part of a vast calendar system, mapping the heavens onto the earth. Yet none of these explanations fully capture their mystery. Unlike other monumental sites such as Stonehenge or the Nazca Lines, the Acre geoglyphs were not etched into desert rock to be seen from the sky. They were built into the living forest, hidden beneath the canopy, visible only to those who knew where to look. It's as though they were never meant for the eyes of outsiders. What's even more remarkable is the time frame. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal and pottery fragments found within some of the geoglyphs suggests they were constructed between 1,000 and 2,500 years ago, long before the arrival of Europeans, and possibly even before the rise of the Maya in Central America. This means that while classical civilizations were building temples in the Mediterranean, unknown engineers deep in the Amazon were shaping the land with equal sophistication. The implications are staggering. These were not primitive forest dwellers. They were architects of an ecological empire. Recent research has revealed that the builders of the geoglyphs did not simply clear the forest. They designed it. They managed the surrounding vegetation, planting species that would provide food, medicine, and materials while maintaining the soil fertility. In essence, the geoglyphs were not isolated structures. They were nodes in a vast landscape of sustainable cultivation. This blending of architecture and ecology speaks to a worldview fundamentally different from ours. To them, the land was not something to conquer. It was something to collaborate with. As scientists mapped more of these formations using LiDAR, they began to notice a repeating pattern. The geoglyphs were often connected by straight, raised causeways and accompanied by smaller mounds or depressions, possibly reservoirs or ritual pits. When viewed together, they form a network, a living circuit of geometry, water, and life. It is as if the builders were embedding their cosmology directly into the earth. The circle may have represented the sun or the cycles of life. The square, the order of the material world. And the connecting lines, the pathways between the physical and the spiritual realms. Local tribes, when asked about these formations, tell stories that seem to remember them, not in precise detail, but through myth. Some speak of the old builders, people who lived in harmony with the forest and who could speak to the trees. Others refer to the earth drawings of the ancestors, places where the gods descended to teach mankind. These oral traditions, passed down through generations, may well be the distant echoes of the geoglyph builders' legacy. The discovery of the acre geoglyphs also raises uncomfortable questions for the academic world. For decades, researchers argued that the Amazon was too infertile to sustain complex societies. Yet, here were massive constructions requiring coordinated labor, planning, and social organization, proof of exactly the kind of civilization experts had long denied. The evidence was undeniable, but its implications were inconvenient. If a culture capable of monumental earthworks existed here, what else might have been lost beneath the forest floor? What other empires might have risen and fallen, without leaving a single stone ruin to mark their existence? As new surveys continue, the number of identified geoglyphs increases each year. Some lie buried beneath untouched forest, others beneath farmland, and still others beneath the floodplains of the great Amazonian rivers. The scale is so vast that archaeologists now estimate that only a fraction of the total area has been examined. If current patterns hold true, there may be thousands more hidden beneath the canopy, forming an interconnected web that once spanned the entire western Amazon. What makes these discoveries even more haunting is how they mirror other mysterious sites across the world. The precision of the circles recalls the sacred geometry of ancient Europe. The alignment of lines evokes the Nazca Desert, and the overall design resonates with cosmic symbolism found from Egypt to India. Could there have been a shared knowledge, a universal language of geometry, passed down across continents and ages? Or did humanity, in different corners of the world, reach the same cosmic truths independently? The acre geoglyphs stand as silent testimony that something extraordinary happened in the heart of the Amazon. They are not mere archaeological curiosities. They are the mathematical ghosts of an empire that refused to leave visible ruins. The jungle has hidden them for millennia, but their patterns endure, whispering across the centuries. Each trench, each alignment, each shape carved into the red earth speaks of a people who understood both the physical and spiritual laws of the universe. And yet, they remain anonymous, no written language, no monuments, no names. Only perfect geometry carved into the skin of the earth. As we follow these traces deeper into the jungle, the question shifts from how they were built to why. Were they maps to the stars? Sacred circuits of energy? Messages to the gods? Or to us? The next chapter begins to reveal the answers hidden beneath those patterns, as modern archaeology peels back more layers of the forest and exposes not just individual geoglyphs, but entire cities built with the same uncanny precision. When LiDAR unveiled the geometric earthworks of Acre, it was only the beginning. What scientists soon realized was far more astonishing. These patterns were not isolated. They were part of something immense, a network of interconnected settlements stretching for hundreds of miles across the western Amazon. Beneath the dense tangle of vines and saber roots lay the faint outlines of avenues, plazas, canals, and causeways that once linked a chain of thriving cities. What the world had always seen as an impenetrable wilderness was, in truth, a vast human landscape, shaped by a civilization that had mastered the art of living in balance with the forest. Imagine flying over the canopy as the LiDAR scans translate the invisible world below into luminous relief. Suddenly, the jungle's green chaos dissolves into a grid of order. There are roads, straight and deliberate, cutting across rivers and swamps. There are terraces shaped like the foundations of ancient homes. You can trace the curvature of plazas, the raised banks of waterways, and the remains of agricultural fields that were once meticulously maintained. To the human eye, it is chaos transformed into coherence. Every hill and depression, every faint mark in the soil is a signature of intention. These newly discovered lost cities challenge the very idea of what civilization means. They were not built from stone or metal, but from earth, wood, and water, materials designed to merge with nature rather than defy it. Researchers have identified dozens of large urban centers, each connected by a network of straight causeways that span rivers, marshlands, and floodplains. Some of these causeways are raised above seasonal flood levels, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering. The settlements themselves were organized in concentric layouts, with central plazas surrounded by residential zones, temples, and farmlands. The more archaeologists studied these layouts, the clearer it became that these were not random communities. They represented a system, a planned, hierarchical network of settlements governed by social and religious order. The distances between major sites often follow specific numerical ratios, hinting at standardized units of measurement and possibly even symbolic cosmology. Some cities appear to have been ceremonial hubs, marked by enormous earth platforms and ritual structures. Others, surrounded by agricultural terraces and canals, functioned as food production centers, feeding populations that may have numbered in the millions. One of the most striking discoveries came from Bolivia's Llanos de Mojos region, where LiDAR revealed a dense web of connected settlements dating back over 1,000 years. Archaeologists uncovered two major urban centers, Cotoca and Landivar, each surrounded by dozens of satellite communities linked by raised roads. Between them ran a network of canals and reservoirs that managed water flow with astonishing precision. The people who built these cities did not fight the floods. They harnessed them, creating a landscape that fed itself year after year. It was an engineering achievement on par with the irrigation systems of ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, yet it existed here, deep in the heart of the Amazon. And yet, what is perhaps most remarkable is how little evidence of conflict or fortification exists. Unlike many other ancient civilizations that rose and fell in cycles of war, the Amazonian builders appear to have lived cooperatively within their environment. Their cities seem less like fortresses and more like sanctuaries, open, connected, and integrated with the land. The jungle wasn't an enemy to be conquered. It was a partner, a living system that sustained their way of life. Every new excavation reveals traces of this harmony. Pottery shards found in these settlements display intricate geometric motifs mirroring the layouts of the geoglyphs themselves, suggesting that the patterns carved into the earth were symbolic as well as functional. The people who lived here seemed to view their world through a lens of sacred geometry, embedding their beliefs in the very soil beneath their feet. For archaeologists, the discovery of these cities presents both excitement and frustration. The excitement comes from finally seeing evidence that vindicates centuries of indigenous oral traditions and forgotten colonial records. The frustration lies in the realization that the forest has likely hidden the majority of the evidence forever. Every year, as deforestation continues, priceless archaeological sites are destroyed before they can be studied. In the soil churned by bulldozers and fire, thousands of years of history turn to ash. Still, the pieces we have are enough to reconstruct the outline of a civilization that defies all previous assumptions. Its cities were vast yet invisible. Its people were engineers, scientists, and astronomers who worked with the forest, not against it. They built in harmony with ecological cycles, sustaining massive populations without exhausting their environment, a feat modern humanity still struggles to replicate. Perhaps that is why their cities disappeared so completely. They were not made to dominate the landscape, but to dissolve back into it. Their architecture was biodegradable, their materials perishable, their structures designed to return to the earth. The jungle reclaimed them not as ruins, but as renewal, turning the remnants of walls and roads into fertile ground. What remains beneath the canopy today is both a ruin and a resurrection, an ecosystem born from civilization. The implications of these discoveries are profound. They force us to rethink not just the timeline of human progress, but its direction. Civilization, we once believed, was defined by permanence, by stone temples, metal tools, and written records. But the people of the Amazon may have discovered a different kind of permanence, one rooted in the continuity of nature, not the endurance of monuments. Their disappearance was not failure. It was transcendence. As we continue deeper into the story, we will ask the questions that haunt every archaeologist and historian studying these sites. Who were these people? What language did they speak? What gods did they worship? And most of all, how did they achieve such unity and sophistication in a place that modern humans still struggle to survive? The next section begins at Search for Identity, the quest to uncover the true architects of the Amazon and the legacy they left behind. The jungle hums with life, but somewhere beneath the canopy, another hum exists, a quieter, deeper pulse, the echo of human hands that once shaped this wilderness. The question now rises with every new discovery. Who are the architects of the Amazon? Who are these mysterious people capable of transforming one of the harshest environments on Earth into a flourishing network of cities, canals, and ceremonial centers? For centuries, no one even imagined such a question could exist. Now it stands at the center of a growing enigma that challenges everything we thought we knew about civilization itself. To understand who these people were, we must first dismantle the illusion of the untouched Amazon. The prevailing myth for generations was that the forest was a pristine paradise, a place where only small, scattered tribes could survive. This idea wasn't just romantic. It was convenient. It allowed colonial powers to claim that the jungle had no history worth preserving, no legacy worth protecting. But the evidence now tells a different story. The people who built these massive geoglyph cities and roads were not small bands of hunter-gatherers. They were engineers, scientists, astronomers, and spiritual architects who understood the delicate balance of nature far better than we do today. Archaeologists have begun piecing together a picture of this lost society, drawing from both physical evidence and oral traditions preserved by indigenous tribes. Many of these cultures, such as the Kikuro, the Ashaninka, and the Shipibo, speak of ancient ancestors who lived in great towns of light, places filled with knowledge and harmony. Their myths describe cities surrounded by walls and canals, where the people talked to the stars and fed the forest so the forest would feed them. These legends are not simple folk tales. They may be memories of the same civilization, now being uncovered by lidar and excavation. The first clues to their identity lie in the sophistication of their design. The consistent use of geometric precision suggests a shared system of measurement, an underlying order that transcended regional boundaries. The builders of the Amazonian cities seem to work with unified vision, implying central organization or at least widespread cultural exchange. Their mastery of hydrology, managing floods, redirecting rivers, and creating fish farms demonstrates not only engineering prowess, but deep environmental knowledge accumulated over generations. The Amazon, far from being an obstacle, was their greatest ally. Some researchers believe the civilization may have been part of what they now call the Zinguano Complex, a vast network of chiefdoms and cultural hubs extending across Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru. These societies, united by trade and spiritual ties, may have functioned as a single cultural organism. Others propose an even broader interpretation, that these builders represented the remnants of a once global prehistoric culture, one whose wisdom spread across continents before being shattered by cataclysmic events around 12,000 years ago. But while mainstream archaeology resists such sweeping theories, even the most conservative findings point to something extraordinary. Carbon dating places some Amazonian sites at over 2,000 years old, with layers of habitation extending even deeper in time. Pottery shards display intricate designs that may represent constellations or cosmological maps. The uniformity of artistic patterns across vast regions suggests not isolated tribes, but connected civilizations sharing religious and scientific traditions. Then there is a question of language, or rather, its absence. No written records have been found, at least not in the form we recognize. Yet communication was clearly advanced. The geometric geoglyphs themselves may have been a form of symbolic expression, a land-based writing system that encoded cosmology and governance through form rather than script. In many indigenous traditions, sacred shapes, circles, spirals, crosses, carry meanings of birth, time, balance, and divinity. Perhaps the people of the Amazon use the earth itself as their canvas, writing their beliefs directly into landscape, so they could be read by gods rather than men. DNA evidence is beginning to shed light on who these people might have been. Genetic studies show that Amazonian populations are far older and more diverse than once believed. Traces of ancient lineages link some tribes to early migrations from Asia and even to distant regions like Polynesia and Melanesia. This suggests the Amazon may have been a crossroads of humanity, where multiple waves of people merged, creating a hybrid culture that combined diverse knowledge systems. It could explain the presence of advanced agricultural and astronomical understanding far beyond what was expected for the region. Some independent researchers go further, suggesting that the civilization could represent the last echo of a prehistoric mother culture, what Plato called Atlantis, or what South American myth remembers as a cache, the land that fell into the sea. According to this interpretation, the builders of the Amazon were descendants of survivors who fled from a great cataclysm, bringing with them fragments of lost knowledge. While mainstream science dismisses this as speculation, the similarities between ancient flood myths around the world and the Amazonian legends of the drowned lands cannot be easily ignored. Even within academic circles, new theories are emerging. Some archaeologists now propose that the Amazon's lost empire was part of a Pan-American tradition of earth-building cultures stretching from the Mississippi mound builders to the Inca of the Andes. These societies may have shared certain principles of design, geomancy, astronomy, and the sacred use of landscape, as if drawing from the same deep well of ancestral wisdom. If true, the Amazon would no longer be a mysterious exception, but a missing piece in the global puzzle of early human civilization. The more we learn about these people, the more they defy classification. They were neither primitive tribes nor simple farmers. They were artists of the earth itself, sculptors of ecosystems, and engineers of sustainability. Their empire had no pyramids of stone, yet it may have been more advanced in understanding the natural world than any civilization before or since. Their legacy is not measured in ruins, but in the living rainforest they helped create, a self-regulating paradise born of human ingenuity. And yet, they vanished. Their names were lost, their gods forgotten, their monuments swallowed by green silence. Perhaps they foresaw their end and allowed themselves to fade back into nature, leaving only symbols behind for future generations to rediscover. Or perhaps they were victims of the same fragility that haunts all civilizations, disease, climate, or time. But one thing is certain. They were here, and their fingerprints are everywhere. In the next chapter, we will trace the veins of this vanished empire, its vast network of roads and waterways that once carried people, goods, and knowledge across the jungle. For if we can follow those ancient paths, we may begin to understand not only how they lived, but how their world was connected. An empire not a conquest, but a communion with the land itself. When we picture the Amazon, we imagine an endless, chaotic tangle of rivers, serpents of water winding through wilderness without order or design. But the latest archaeological evidence tells a far different story. Beneath the seemingly random flow of the jungle's waterways lies a vast, deliberate network, roads, canals, and causeways that once connected hundreds of settlements across thousands of square miles. It was not a wilderness at all, but a living web of communication, trade, and ritual. What modern explorers see as impassable terrain was, for the ancient Amazonians, a highway system, a lattice of geometry carved into the earth, guiding movement and meaning to the heart of the forest. When LiDAR scans first revealed the faint outlines of this ancient network, scientists were stunned by its scale. Straight, raised causeways cut across terrain that modern engineers would consider impossible. Swamps, floodplains, and dense jungle. These roads were not small village paths. Some were nearly 40 meters wide and extended for dozens of kilometers, connecting major urban centers like Cotoca and Landivar in Bolivia's Llanos de Mojos region. From the air, the precision is mesmerizing. Parallel lines stretching to horizon, intersecting at geometric angles that suggest advanced surveying and planning. These were not haphazard routes made by wandering tribes. They were the arteries of an organized empire. Each causeway tells a story of mastery over the landscape. They were elevated above flood levels, constructed from compacted clay and gravel, and often bordered by drainage ditches that prevented erosion during the rainy season. Some were even reinforced with layers of charcoal and organic material, techniques that stabilize the ground and may have improved traction. It is a level of engineering that reveals not just practical knowledge, but a profound relationship with the environment. The builders understood the cycles of the Amazon, the floods, the soil, the seasons, and built in harmony with them rather than against them. But these roads were more than just infrastructure. They were pathways of culture. Along their routes, archaeologists have found evidence of small settlements, agricultural fields, and ceremonial mounds, suggesting that the causeways were as much social and spiritual conduits as they were physical ones. Travelers along these paths would have passed through zones of cultivation, sacred groves, and plazas where rituals were held under the open sky. The roads themselves may have been pilgrimage routes, linking centers of trade and worship in a single vast cosmological network. In Amazonian myth, there are stories of the white roads, the paths of the gods that shimmer beneath the moonlight, connecting the realms of man and spirit. Perhaps these myths are memories of real causeways, their light reflected in the wet clay of ancient nights. The waterways, too, were part of this grand design. The Amazon basin is defined by its rivers, and the ancient builders harnessed them with a mastery that rivals the great hydraulic civilizations of history. They constructed canals that redirected natural flow, linking floodplains to settlements and creating navigable routes during both dry and wet seasons. In some regions, networks of artificial ponds and channels reveal evidence of aquaculture, fish farms designed to provide a sustainable food source. The canals weren't barriers. They were lifelines, merging transportation, agriculture, and ecology into one harmonious system. One particularly stunning discovery came from the Upper Xingu region of Brazil, where LiDAR revealed a grid-like pattern of roads and waterways forming an intricate network between clusters of villages. The layout suggests regional coordination, a plan designed spanning hundreds of miles. Archaeologists believe this Amazonian road system may have been used not only for trade, but also for communication and defense. Yet it wasn't built for war in the traditional sense. It appears designed to unite rather than divide. The geometry of the network shows a profound sense of symmetry and interconnectedness, mirroring the patterns of rivers and constellations above. Some causeways align with celestial events, connecting sites that mark the solstices or the rising of important stars. This fusion of astronomy and infrastructure suggests a worldview where travel, trade, and spirituality were one and the same. Moving through this landscape would not have been a mere journey from one city to another. It was a passage through sacred space, where every direction, every turn, held symbolic meaning. Even the materials used to build these roads tell us something extraordinary. In certain areas, researchers found traces of crushed ceramics, shells, and pigments mixed into clay. It's possible these substances weren't just practical. They were ceremonial, giving the roads color and texture for specific rituals. Imagine walking along a crimson road glistening in the sunset, or a pale white causeway that glowed under the moon. The land itself became a sacred canvas, painted with intention and belief. The waterways extended this vision outward, connecting the heart of the civilization to the great Amazon River, the spine of the continent. Through this watery network, goods could travel vast distances. Pottery, food, ceremonial artifacts, and knowledge itself. This fluid economy turned the forest into a vast, living organism, pulsing with exchange and movement. It's no coincidence that the same indigenous myths describing the rivers of the gods often speak of knowledge flowing through them. For the ancient Amazonians, water wasn't just life. It was memory. The full scope of this interconnected system is only beginning to emerge. Some archaeologists estimate that at the height of its development, the Amazon's lost network may have rivaled the size and complexity of the Incan road system in the Andes. Yet while the Inca built their empire upon stone, the Amazonians wove theirs from earth and water, a design as impermanent as it was enduring. It is civilization expressed in living form, where every path eventually returns to the forest. The realization that the Amazon once held such a coordinated infrastructure upends centuries of assumption. It means that deep in the rainforest, there existed a civilization capable of large-scale planning, environmental engineering, and cultural unity across immense distances. This wasn't a collection of isolated tribes. It was an empire in all but name, connected not by walls or conquest, but by the flow of life itself. And then, like everything built by time, it vanished. The roads sank into the soil, the canals filled with silt, and the forest reclaimed its surface. But in the earth beneath our feet, the patterns remain, perfect lines buried under chaos, the bones of civilization that refuse to be forgotten. Now, as scientists and explorers trace these routes with satellites and drones, they are walking the same paths trodden by forgotten ancestors, roads once alive with voices, songs, and the rhythm of footsteps. Each rediscovered line in the earth adds a piece to the grand puzzle of humanity's past. In the next section, we will explore how these ancient architects managed not just to survive in such an unforgiving environment, but to thrive, transforming poor, acidic soil into one of the most fertile substances on earth. Their secret weapon was something modern sciences only begin to understand: the mysterious, man-made black earth known as terra preta. Deep within the seemingly untamable Amazon lies a scientific mystery that has baffled researchers for decades, a secret that might hold the key to understanding how millions of people once thrived in one of the least hospitable environments on Earth. The enigma is called terra preta, or black earth. It appears in scattered patches across the basin, sometimes stretching for miles, and it is unlike any other soil on the planet. Where ordinary Amazonian soil is thin, acidic, and unable to sustain long-term agriculture, terra preta is dark, rich, and astonishingly fertile. It doesn't erode with rain. It renews itself over time, and it continues to support crops centuries after creation. It is, in every sense, a technological marvel, one that might reveal how the Amazon's lost civilization turned the impossible into reality. To understand the significance of terra preta, we must first grasp the nature of the Amazon's environment. Despite its lush appearance, the rainforest is deceptive. Beneath its dense canopy and vibrant greenery lies one of the poorest soils on Earth. The nutrients that sustain the ecosystem exist primarily in the plants themselves, not in the ground. When a tree falls, the life within it is quickly consumed by fungi and insects, recycled into the next generation of vegetation. If the forest is cleared, the thin layer of nutrient-rich material vanishes within a few years. This has long led scientists to believe that the Amazon could never have supported large populations or sustained agriculture on a meaningful scale. And yet, the existence of terra preta tells a completely different story. Discovered by European settlers in the 19th century and later studied in the 20th, terra preta baffled everyone who encountered it. Local farmers knew it well. They called it the black soil of the old ones, claiming it was the work of ancient people who understood how to feed the land. When modern scientists began to analyze it, they found it was composed of a unique mixture: charcoal, bone fragments, broken pottery, compost, and organic waste all fused together over time. But this wasn't accidental. The materials were carefully layered, burned at low temperatures, and mixed in controlled ratios, evidence of deliberate engineering. In essence, the ancient Amazonians invented biochar technology thousands of years before modern science rediscovered it. Charcoal plays a crucial role in this alchemy. Unlike ash, which washes away, charcoal binds nutrients and prevents them from leaching into the ground. It acts as a sponge, trapping organic material and microorganisms that rejuvenate the soil. The result is a living ecosystem, a self-sustaining agricultural substrate that becomes more fertile the longer it exists. Some plots of terra preta have been continuously farmed for over 1,000 years without depletion. For the people who created it, this wasn't just soil. It was a form of environmental technology, a way to rewrite the laws of ecology. What's even more astounding is its scale. Terra preta isn't confined to small gardens or isolated villages. Satellite imagery and soil surveys suggest that it covers vast regions, sometimes stretching over hundreds of square kilometers. This means its creation wasn't a local experiment. It was part of a coordinated system of land management that spanned the entire civilization. The people who built the geoglyphs and cities also engineered the very ground beneath their feet, turning barren soil into perpetual gardens. It's no wonder modern researchers have begun calling them the soil scientists of the ancient world. How they achieved this transformation remains one of archaeology's great mysteries. Did they develop a specific process for low-temperature burning, a proto-industrial method for carbonizing organic material? Did they use microbial fermentation, introducing symbiotic bacteria that enhance fertility? Some evidence suggests they mixed human and animal waste with plant matter and pottery shards, then allowed the mixture to smolder slowly beneath controlled fires. The inclusion of broken ceramics is particularly intriguing. It increases aeration and helps regulate moisture, suggesting a level of experimentation and understanding far beyond what was assumed possible for pre-Columbian societies. But beyond its practical benefits, terra preta also holds cultural and spiritual significance. To many indigenous tribes, the soil was sacred, a gift from the ancestors, a literal merging of human life and the earth. In some traditions, it was believed that when people died, their remains nourished the soil so that their spirit could continue to feed the living. This connection between humanity and nature, between life and regeneration, may have been central to the Amazonian worldview. The creation of terra preta was not just agriculture. It was ritual, a process of renewal that mirrored the cycle of life and death. In recent years, scientists have tried to recreate terra preta in laboratories and agricultural experiments around the world. They have managed to produce soils that mimic some of its properties, but none have fully replicated its mysterious longevity. The original ancient formula still resists duplication. It seems to contain microbial communities that are self-sustaining, capable of regenerating even after centuries of dormancy. In a sense, terra preta is alive. It's as though the ancient Amazonians didn't just build a civilization. They engineered ecosystems that could think, adapt, and endure. The implications of this discovery extend far beyond archaeology. If humanity can rediscover the secret of terra preta, it could revolutionize modern agriculture. We could restore depleted soils, capture atmospheric carbon, and regenerate the planet's ecosystems using techniques inspired by a people who vanished thousands of years ago. The lost Amazonian civilization may hold the key to solving some of our greatest environmental crises, an irony both humbling and profound. Yet the question remains, how could such sophisticated ecological knowledge vanish so completely from history? If the civilization understood how to create perpetual fertility, why did its memory fade? Some scholars believe that when European diseases decimated indigenous populations, the chain of transmission was broken, the knowledge lost as its practitioners died. Others suggest that the technology was sacred and kept secret, passed orally through priesthoods or initiated families who perished during the cataclysm that ended their world. What we have left are clues, patches of dark soil glowing like embers across the Amazon, remnants of a forgotten science that may have been millennia ahead of its time. To walk upon terra preta is to walk on the bones of an ancient intelligence. Each handful of soil contains fragments of pottery, traces of charcoal, microscopic life still thriving in defiance of centuries. It is both relic and revelation, a living artifact that continues to nourish life long after its creators disappeared. In its black depths lies proof that the people of the Amazon were not primitive dwellers lost in the wilderness. They were innovators who understood the earth as a living system. As we journey deeper into the mystery of their achievements, another question arises. If these people could transform the soil itself, what else might they have mastered? Could their knowledge have extended beyond agriculture, into botany, medicine, and perhaps even early forms of biotechnology? The next chapter explores that possibility. How the Amazon may once have been not just a jungle, but a vast natural laboratory, where ancient scientists worked with the plants, genes, and elements of life itself. The deeper scientists dig into the mystery of terra preta, the more they realize that it isn't just a soil, it's a window into a lost science. Its fertility, longevity, and regenerative power are so extraordinary that even today, modern agronomists struggle to fully explain how it works. It doesn't simply resist depletion. It grows richer with time. Crops flourish where nothing should grow. Microbial life multiplies in perfect balance, forming a miniature ecosystem beneath every footprint. How could a pre-industrial civilization have achieved this? The secret seems to lie in the combination of technology, spirituality, and observation, a synthesis of human intention and natural process that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. When soil samples of terra preta are analyzed under microscopes, what they reveal borders on the miraculous. Each grain contains microparticles of charcoal intertwined with layers of organic matter, ashes from cooking fires, fish bones, fruit peels, broken pottery, even crushed shells. Within those fragments live millions of microbial colonies, tiny organisms working in harmony to sustain the soil's vitality. Unlike modern fertilizers, which provide temporary bursts of nutrients, terra preta sustains an eternal cycle of life. It's a symbiosis that never stops renewing itself. Researchers have found that these microbial networks actually communicate through chemical signals, exchanging information to maintain balance. It's as if the ancient Amazonians had learned to engineer living soil, a technology both biological and cosmic. How they discovered this process remains a mystery. Some theories suggest centuries of observation and experimentation. Perhaps the earliest forest dwellers noticed how charcoal from cooking fires enriched the soil, and over generations refined the technique into a precise formula. But there's evidence that hints at something deeper, an understanding of chemical transformation that seems almost alchemical. The temperatures required to create biochar, the layering of organic and inorganic materials, and the timing of the burns indicate control and precision. It's as though the people who made terra preta weren't merely farmers. They were scientists, combining empirical experimentation with a spiritual worldview that saw no divide between the sacred and the scientific. Archaeologists studying sites around the Xingu River and Acre regions have found consistent layers of terra preta beneath ancient settlements, suggesting that its creation was deliberate, systematic, and perhaps even ritualized. Some plots appear to have been maintained over hundreds of years, continuously enriched with organic material. The soil wasn't just functional. It was sacred space. In some indigenous traditions that survive today, the act of feeding the earth is viewed as a spiritual duty, a form of communion with the spirits of the land. When they created terra preta, the ancients may have believed they were literally giving life to the earth, transforming waste into vitality, a symbolic resurrection of death into creation. Recent advances in genetic sequencing have uncovered something astonishing. Certain bacteria and fungi found in terra preta are not present in any other soil on Earth. These unique microbial strains appear to have evolved symbiotically within the soil itself, forming what scientists call a self-organizing biological system. Some of these microbes even possess properties that could revolutionize modern agriculture, enhancing carbon capture, accelerating plant growth, and detoxifying pollutants. It's as if the soil is alive with ancient intelligence. One researcher described it as a message from the past, written in DNA instead of stone. The scale of the achievement becomes clearer when we compare it to what's known about other ancient agricultural technologies. The Egyptians mastered irrigation, the Mesopotamians developed canals, and the Chinese invented crop rotation. But none created soil that improved over centuries. The Amazonians achieved the impossible. They made the land itself a living, evolving organism. They didn't fight the environment. They redefined it. They transformed limitation into abundance. The implications are staggering. Based on the distribution of terra preta, archaeologists now believe that as much as 10% of the entire Amazon basin, an area the size of France, was once covered by this human-engineered soil. This means that the ancient Amazonians were not scattered tribes, but a population of millions, living within an agroecological civilization of astonishing sophistication. They managed an ecosystem that could feed vast cities, support complex societies, and maintain balance with nature for thousands of years. Their technology wasn't one of extraction. It was one of regeneration. But terra preta wasn't merely a practical invention. It reflected an entire philosophy. The people who created it seemed to believe that humanity and the earth were one organism, that soil, air, water, and spirit were interconnected. Their agricultural system was not about domination or control. It was about partnership. The earth was not a resource to be consumed. It was a being to be nourished. This worldview stands in stark contrast to the industrial mindset that now threatens the Amazon itself. Perhaps that is why their knowledge disappeared. The modern world, driven by conquest, has no room for a wisdom built on reverence. Yet traces of this ancient knowledge survive in the traditions of indigenous healers and shamans who still treat the forest as a living intelligence. They speak of feeding the mother, of maintaining the energy of the soil through offerings and care. Some researchers now believe these rituals are echoes of the terra preta practices, a cultural memory of the time when humanity and nature worked together in perfect balance. What scientists call anthropogenic soil, the descendants of these civilizations might still call the spirit of the ancestors. If terra preta was a foundation of this lost civilization's power, it also may have been its most profound legacy. Modern scientists studying climate change now look to it as a possible solution for the planet's future. By recreating its properties through biochar agriculture and carbon sequestration, we might restore degraded lands and capture massive amount of atmospheric carbon, slowing global warming. Ironically, the key to saving the modern world may lie in rediscovering the wisdom of the one we forgot. But the mystery deepens when one considers the cultural connections between terra preta and other ancient technologies around the globe. In the Congo basin of Africa, archaeologists have found similarly enriched soils dating back thousands of years, while in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands, farmers use low-temperature charcoal in their fields with comparable results. Were these independent inventions, or signs of shared ancient knowledge that once spanned continents? Could the builders of the Amazonian Empire have been part of a forgotten global network of scientists, explorers, and visionaries who understood the Earth in ways we've lost? Each discovery seems to blur the line between science and myth. The soil itself seems to carry memory, a black, fertile archive of human ingenuity, waiting to be read. Perhaps terra preta is more than just a product of chemistry. Perhaps it is a symbol of unity, proof that humanity once knew how to live in harmony with the planet rather than in conflict with it. As we move forward, the next question becomes inevitable. If the people of the Amazon could engineer living soil, if they could create an agricultural system that fed millions without destroying the land, what else might they have achieved? Could their understanding of the natural world have extended to medicine, to biology, even to genetic manipulation long before such terms existed? In the next section, we explore the evidence that the Amazon was once not merely a garden, but a laboratory, a place where ancient minds experimented with plants, genetics, and the very essence of life itself. The idea that the ancient Amazonians were simply farmers is fading fast. The evidence emerging from deep within the jungle suggests something far more sophisticated, something that pushes the boundaries of what we believe ancient humanity was capable of. What if the Amazon was not only a home, but a laboratory? What if thousands of years ago, it served as the cradle of forgotten science, a form of ancient biotechnology that shaped both the rainforest and the plants within it? Increasingly, archaeologists, ethnobotanists, and geneticists are finding clues that point toward exactly that: the Amazon as an immense living experiment in ecological engineering, where humans and nature work together to cultivate a paradise that was both spiritual and scientific. For centuries, explorers marveled at the diversity of the Amazon. Its astonishing array of plants, fruits, and medicines unlike anything else on Earth. But what few realized until recently is that this diversity may not have been entirely natural. Studies of plant genetics now reveal that many of the species dominating the modern rainforest show signs of deliberate domestication. Cocoa, cassava, Brazil nuts, acai, and dozens of other crops bear genetic signatures of human selection, meaning they were cultivated, improved, and spread across vast regions by ancient peoples long before recorded history. The forest we see today may, in fact, be a human creation, a designed ecosystem, engineered to sustain life on an unimaginable scale. The implications of this are profound. It suggests that the lost Amazonian civilization understood and manipulated plant biology thousands of years before the dawn of modern science. They may have engaged in a form of early genetic selection, choosing and crossbreeding plants for productivity, flavor, and medicinal potency. The result was not the sterile monoculture of modern agriculture, but a self-regenerating system, a forest garden that maintained balance while feeding millions. This is the foundation of what some researchers now call the anthropogenic Amazon, a landscape that is as much a product of human intention as it is of nature's hand. What makes this even more extraordinary is the cultural context in which it occurred. For the people of the ancient Amazon, science and spirituality were not separate realms. They were one. Their knowledge of plants was entwined with myth, ritual, and belief. Every tree, every vine, every flower was considered to possess consciousness and purpose. Shamans served not merely as healers, but as botanists, maintaining oral traditions about thousands of plant species and their properties. Modern researchers estimate that indigenous knowledge systems once contained accurate medicinal uses for over 90% of the region's flora. Even today, pharmaceutical companies continue to draw on this ancestral wisdom, isolating compounds that have led to treatments for heart disease, cancer, and infection. But there are deeper mysteries here, ones that hint at an understanding of biology far beyond folk medicine. Consider the case of the ayahuasca vine, a sacred plant used for millennia in shamanic ceremonies. The brew is made from two separate species, Banisteriopsis caapi, the vine itself, and Psychotria viridis, a leaf containing the powerful psychoactive compound DMT. On their own, neither plant produces the famous visionary effects associated with ayahuasca. Only when combined, in precise proportions, does the chemical reaction occur. Modern pharmacology explains this through complex biochemical mechanisms. One plant contains monoamine oxidase, inhibitors that make the DMT in the other orally active. But how could ancient peoples, without laboratories or chemical instruments, have discovered such a precise and improbable combination? There are tens of thousands of plant species in the Amazon. The odds of finding this pairing by accident are astronomically low. Some scientists argue that this is proof of an advanced empirical tradition, a culture that conducted systematic experimentation across generations, testing plants through observation and intuition. Others suggest the knowledge may have originated from a lost written or symbolic system, now erased by time. More speculative theories claim that such discoveries might have been guided by the plants themselves, through altered states of consciousness in which the forest taught its secrets. Indigenous shamans to this day insist that the plants speak, revealing their properties to those who listen. To modern science, this is metaphor. To ancient science, it was communication. The idea that ancient Amazonians may have cultivated biochemical knowledge aligns with other discoveries across the globe. Ancient Egyptians, for example, mastered the use of medicinal herbs and fermentation. The Chinese developed complex botanical formulas thousands of years ago. But what sets the Amazon apart is its scale and its continuity. The people here didn't just use plants. They designed ecosystems so that medicinal, nutritional, and spiritual species grew together, forming what some researchers call pharmacological gardens. In these gardens, plants interacted chemically in ways that enhanced each other's potency. This is not random biodiversity. It is deliberate symbiosis, cultivated by human intent. Even more intriguing are recent studies suggesting that the ancient Amazonians may have practiced early forms of selective breeding and clonal propagation. Certain varieties of cassava, for example, appear to have been genetically stabilized through generations of cultivation, producing consistent yields and resilience against disease. There are also signs that they alter the landscape to favor pollination patterns, ensuring that specific plants thrive in proximity. In effect, they were performing ecosystem-level genetic management, what we might now call landscape genomics, without ever writing a word. The philosophical implications of this are profound. The lost civilization of the Amazon appears to have operated under a paradigm entirely different from ours. In the modern world, science often seeks to control or dominate nature. In the ancient Amazon, knowledge was used to collaborate with it. Their biotechnology was not mechanical but organic, guided by intuition and reverence. They were not manipulating life. They were conversing with it. To them, the forest was a partner, a sentient network of energies that could be shaped, harmonized, and healed. This worldview allowed them to achieve balance where we create imbalance, to grow abundance where we extract depletion. Modern researchers are only beginning to grasp the depth of this lost science. Geneticists studying ancient seeds and plant residues from Amazonian archaeological sites have identified traits that could not have developed through natural selection alone. Some species appear to have been hybridized intentionally, with specific combinations of traits designed for yield and resilience. There are even unclassified plant strains, genetic anomalies that exist nowhere else on Earth, suggesting species that were once cultivated and have since gone extinct. It's as if the Amazon still carries the ghost of an ancient agricultural experiment, its genetic code haunted by the fingerprints of its creators. Some fringe researchers have gone even further, suggesting that the Amazonian civilization may have explored forms of biological resonance, techniques that use sound, vibration, and electromagnetic frequencies to influence plant growth. Though mainstream science remains cautious about such claims, experiments in modern bioacoustics have shown that sound can indeed affect seed germination and cellular behavior. Could it be that the chanting rituals of ancient shamans were more than spiritual? There were scientific tools, methods of stimulating biological processes through resonance? If so, then the temples and ceremonial centers of the Amazon may have been more than places of worship. They were laboratories of life. In the end, what emerges from the research is a vision of the Amazon not as untouched wilderness, but as a vast, cultivated organism, part garden, part laboratory, part temple. The people who lived here were not passive inhabitants, but active collaborators with creation itself. They shaped the genetic destiny of countless species, many of which still define the rainforest today. Their legacy is written in the DNA of plants, in the balance of ecosystems, and in the deep harmony that still pulses through the forest veins. The question, however, remains: if they possess such extraordinary knowledge of soil, plants, chemistry, and life itself, what else might they have known? Could their understanding have extended to the stars, to mathematics, to the energy that flows through all living things? In the next section, we will explore how echoes of their knowledge manifest in patterns of geometry and alignment, revealing that the same minds who designed the earth may also have been reading the heavens. There is a strange and haunting rhythm to the ruins hidden beneath the Amazon. The sense that every mound, every circle, every raised causeway was designed according to a code, a silent language written in geometry. The deeper researchers look, the clearer it becomes that the builders of the Amazonian cities were not only engineers of the earth, but philosophers of form. Their architecture seems to speak in patterns, repeating ratios, celestial alignments, and fractal harmonies that hint at a worldview both mathematical and mystical. This was not the work of chance or utility alone. It was the expression of an advanced mind that saw the universe as a living structure, one that could be measured, mirrored, and invoked through geometry. Across the Amazon basin, the same symbols emerge again and again: circles, squares, crosses, and concentric rings carved into the landscape. Some are so vast that they can only be perceived from the air, their outlines forming perfect geometrical figures invisible to those who walk among them. The builders seem to understand something fundamental about scale and proportion, an intuitive grasp of what modern science calls fractal geometry. The patterns repeat in different magnitudes. Small ceremonial plazas mimic the layouts of larger cities. The cities themselves reflect the shapes of constellations above. It is as if the builders believed that by shaping the earth in harmony with the cosmos, they could bridge the divide between heaven and humanity. What makes these patterns so remarkable is their mathematical precision. The ratios between the sides of certain square geoglyphs, for example, correspond to the same proportional systems found in ancient sacred sites across the world: Egypt's temples, the stone circles of Europe, the ruins of Angkor, and even the designs of the Mayan pyramids. The golden ratio, the sacred triangle, and the cardinal cross appear again and again, as if these principles were part of a universal language that transcended culture and geography. Were the builders of the Amazon tapping into the same cosmic mathematics that guided the architects of other ancient civilizations? Or did they discover it independently, as an inevitable expression of the harmony inherent in nature? Archaeologists are still struggling to interpret the meaning behind the recurring shapes. The circles may have represented the sun or cycles of time, the squares, the order of the material world. When joined together, circle within square, they form a symbol seen in cultures across the globe, the union of spirit and matter, heaven and earth. Many of the Amazonian geoglyphs follow this design exactly, suggesting that their builders were not simply marking territory, but expressing profound spiritual truths through geometry. The patterns were not just art, they were philosophy written into the land itself. What's even more fascinating is the evidence of astronomical alignment. Many of these geometric earthworks are oriented with incredible precision to solstitial and equinoctial points. Some align to the rising of particular stars, such as Sirius and Orion's belt, which were sacred to civilizations across both hemispheres. When viewed in their entirety, these alignments create an enormous celestial map, a mirror of the night sky laid out across the jungle floor. The people of the Amazon were, it seems, astronomers as well as builders. They understood the movements of the heavens, the rhythm of the seasons, and perhaps even the cycles of celestial events that influence life on Earth. Researchers from the University of Sao Paulo, who mapped dozens of these sites, found that their spatial arrangements appear to follow geometric logic reminiscent of ancient surveying systems. Roads connect settlements in straight lines, forming angles divisible by 45 and 90 degrees, numbers that echo throughout the sacred architecture of the ancient world. This consistency implies not random settlement, but deliberate coordination, perhaps governed by a priestly or scientific elite who understood the sacred science of alignment. It suggests that the builders perceived geometry not merely as a tool, but as a form of prayer, a way of communicating with the divine through structure and symmetry. To modern eyes, this may seem abstract, but for the ancients, geometry was a language of creation itself. Plato described it as the purest expression of divine order, the bridge between the physical and metaphysical. In the Amazon, this philosophy seems to have taken tangible form. The people did not build temples of stone to worship the heavens. They shaped the earth into the heavens' reflection. Their roads became rays of light, their plazas the orbits of planets, their geoglyphs the symbols of eternity. To walk their cities was to move within a living mandala, where every direction, every distance, every proportion was a dialogue with the cosmos. Some archaeologists have begun to refer to this pattern as geomancy of the rainforest. It's a term borrowed from the study of sacred landscapes worldwide, the idea that certain sites are constructed in resonance with natural energies of the earth. Across cultures, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic temples of Malta, sacred geometry appears intertwined with magnetic anomalies, ley lines, and energy grids. The same seems to hold true in the Amazon. Magnetic readings taken at some geoglyph sites show subtle fluctuations, suggesting that the builders intentionally chose places where the Earth's electromagnetic field was strongest. Whether they understood this scientifically or intuitively is unknown, but it hints at a kind of environmental awareness that borders on the mystical. Even indigenous traditions that survive today preserve fragments of this cosmic understanding. Many tribes still conduct ceremonies oriented to the four cardinal directions, symbolizing balance between the forces of nature. Others describe their villages as reflections of the stars, the sky turned upside down upon the earth. Their myths speak of ancestors who came from the heavens, bringing the knowledge of patterns and light. Could these stories be remnants of a real, ancient cosmology, one that saw the universe as a great web of energy linking stars, soil, and spirit? The parallels with other ancient civilizations are too striking to ignore. The Mayans aligned their pyramids to Venus and the solstices. The builders of Stonehenge tracked the lunar cycle. In India, temples were built according to Vasta Shastra, sacred geometric principles that balance cosmic and earthly energies. And in the Amazon, we see the same story written in earth rather than stone. Geometry as a spiritual technology, architecture as a means of awakening consciousness. It suggests a shared truth, an ancient human understanding that the laws of mathematics and the laws of creation are one and the same. The lost Amazonian civilization, it seems, was not merely building cities. It was encoding knowledge into the landscape. Their geometric forms were like living textbooks, teaching future generations the structure of the cosmos. The earthworks themselves were instruments, harmonizing human life with the rhythms of nature and the stars. Modern scholars may see only shapes and lines, but perhaps what they are truly looking at is a message, an ancient formula for balance between humanity and the universe. If the builders of the Amazon understood geometry and astronomy so deeply, it raises a tantalizing question. Where did this knowledge come from? Was it developed independently through centuries of observation? Or could it be part of an inheritance, wisdom carried from an even older, now forgotten civilization that once spanned the globe? As the next section will reveal, the patterns found in the Amazon bear uncanny similarities to those seen in the Nazca lines of Peru, the megalithic sites of Southeast Asia, and even the mysterious stone circles of Europe. Could there have been a shared science of the ancients, one that connected continents before history began? The revelations unearthed beneath the Amazon should have shaken the foundations of history. Yet, instead of celebration, they were met with silence, hesitation, and sometimes outright hostility. From the moment early researchers began publishing their findings, a quiet resistance grew among the academic establishment, a refusal to accept that such an advanced civilization could have existed in the heart of the rainforest. For centuries, the narrative of human progress had been written in stone. Civilization began in the Old World, in the fertile crescents of Mesopotamia and the Nile. The jungles of South America, so the scholars claimed, were the very antithesis of civilization, wild, chaotic, and hostile to complex human life. To challenge that view was to challenge the pillars of accepted history itself. In the early days of discovery, this resistance was subtle, a matter of tone, omission, or the quiet redirection of research funds. Academics who spoke too boldly about the possibility of a lost Amazonian empire found their papers rejected or their reputations questioned. The field of forbidden archaeology, as it came to be called by outsiders, became a shadow world of independent thinkers, adventurers, and scientists who refused to silence their curiosity. Some were labeled pseudo-archaeologists, others dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Yet their evidence kept mounting. Satellite imagery, soil analysis, and oral traditions that all pointed to the same impossible truth. Why this reluctance to accept new evidence? Part of it lies in human psychology. Every age believes its understanding of history to be complete, and every paradigm resists its own extinction. If the Amazon was home to an advanced civilization, then the entire story of human development, our timelines, our definitions of progress, our Eurocentric models of civilization, would need rewriting. It would mean that intelligence, science, and social order did not emerge from a single cradle, but blossomed independently across the globe. For many scholars, that idea was more than controversial. It was heresy. There were also institutional forces at play. The academic world thrives on funding, hierarchy, and consensus. Challenging an established theory can threaten careers, grants, and even national pride. The notion that indigenous peoples of the Americas possessed advanced agricultural and astronomical knowledge long before European contact contradicts centuries of colonial-era assumptions. To admit that the Amazon was once home to a great civilization is to acknowledge that colonial powers destroyed not wilderness, but culture, a truth that carries uncomfortable moral weight. Thus, the pushback began. When archaeologist Anna Roosevelt first published her findings in the 1990s, suggesting that complex societies once thrived along the Amazon River, her peers dismissed her conclusions as speculation. Even as LiDAR data decades later confirmed her theories, the academic conversation remained cautious. Terms like urbanism and civilization were avoided, replaced with softer phrases: large settlements, regional networks, earthwork cultures. It was linguistic containment, a way to describe the evidence without confronting its implications. Meanwhile, independent researchers and alternative historians picked up the trail. Writers, explorers, and documentarians began connecting the dots that mainstream academia refused to see. They compared the Amazonian earthworks to global counterparts, the pyramids, the Nazca lines, the megaliths of Asia, and found recurring patterns of design and knowledge. Yet their enthusiasm only fueled further division. To the academic world, this crossover into the realm of mystery history was proof of sensationalism. But to millions of curious minds around the world, it was the spark of revelation. The suppression wasn't always deliberate censorship. Often it was inertia of convention. For decades, textbooks taught that the Amazon's poor soil made permanent civilization impossible. When Terra Preta was discovered, instead of rewriting the narrative, many simply ignored it. When geometric geoglyphs appeared on satellite scans, they were attributed to simple earthworks. Even now, some researchers describe them as ceremonial enclosures rather than evidence of urban planning. To admit that they were cities would be to rewrite every assumption about what defines one. Yet, beyond the politics of academia lies a deeper, more unsettling reason for suppression: fear. If humanity had forgotten one entire civilization, one so vast, so sophisticated, that even its memory was devoured by nature, what else might have been lost? What other secrets might be buried beneath our feet, waiting to overturn not only our understanding of history, but our sense of identity. The implications are existential. They suggest that we are not the pinnacle of progress, but merely the survivors of cycles, rises and falls of civilization stretching back into prehistory. To accept the Amazonian Empire is to accept that human history may be far older and far more cyclical than we dare to believe. There are also whispers, always the whispers, that some discoveries have been intentionally obscured, artifacts disappearing from excavation sites, field reports quietly redacted, research grants abruptly withdrawn. Whether these are coincidences or something more calculated is hard to prove, but in the world of forbidden archaeology, even coincidence takes on a sinister weight. Some claim that the suppression isn't just academic but cultural, that powerful institutions, both secular and religious, have a vested interest in maintaining the myth of linear progress. If advanced civilizations once flourished before our recorded history, then much of what we take for granted about human origins, evolution, innovation, divine providence, would require a new lens. And yet, truth has a way of seeping through cracks. The digital age has made secrecy almost impossible. Independent LiDAR data, open-source satellite imagery, and citizen research groups are democratizing discovery. The walls of silence are crumbling piece by piece. What was once dismissed as fringe speculation now appears in peer-reviewed journals. The forbidden is becoming factual. The narrative is shifting, not because permission was granted, but because the evidence can no longer be contained. The story of the Amazon's lost civilization, then, is not only about the past, it is about the power structures of the present. It is a mirror reflecting how knowledge is controlled, how truth is managed, and how history is written by those who decide which voices to amplify and which to bury. In the silence of academia, we hear the echo of a greater pattern. The same silence that covered the cities beneath the jungle for millennia. The forest kept its secrets until technology forced them to surface. Now, human curiosity is doing the same. As we move forward in this journey, we will explore the voices that refuse to be silenced, the independent explorers, researchers, and thinkers who have risked their reputations to uncover the truth. Their discoveries are rewriting what we thought we knew about the ancient world. In the next section, we meet the pioneers of modern exploration, the men and women who, armed with drones, satellites, and determination, are uncovering the empire the world tried to forget. Long before satellites and LiDAR revealed the lost geometry beneath the Amazon, the people who live along its endless rivers already carried a memory of an ancient past, a time when gods walked among humans, when serpents of light descended from the sky, and when great cities shone beneath the canopy like stars upon the earth. These are the myths of the Amazon, the oral histories of the tribes who have survived where empires vanished. Though scholars once dismissed them as superstition, these stories may hold the keys to understanding who the Amazon's mysterious architects truly were and what they believed about their place in the cosmos. In countless villages from Brazil to Peru, elders tell stories of sky beings who came down wrapped in fire, teaching the first people how to cultivate the land, build mounds, and summon fertility from the soil. The Banawas speak of the Kapatari, luminous visitors who descended on a serpent of light and taught their ancestors sacred songs and agriculture. The Shipibo describe Ronin, the great cosmic anaconda, who slithered through the void and sang the world into being. The Tucano tell of Euriperi, the celestial messenger who brought laws and rituals to humanity before returning to the heavens. Across the region, these myths share common symbols: serpents, light, stars, and transformation. They are not isolated tales. They are fragments of a once unified cosmology, a memory of divine teachers who may have been the very same people that science now rediscovers through buried roads and earthen cities. The serpent, especially, appears everywhere, coiled in petroglyphs, carved into pottery, painted across the bodies of dancers during festivals. To the modern observer, it might seem a simple motif of nature, but to the ancient Amazonians, it represented the very essence of creation: energy, fertility, and knowledge intertwined. The serpent was not an enemy or a tempter, as it is in later Western traditions. It was the river itself, the lifeblood of the world. It symbolized both water and wisdom, the cyclical movement of life between sky, land, and underworld. Even today, indigenous shamans describe the Amazon River as the body of the great celestial serpent. its bends and tributaries reflecting the cosmic pattern seen in the stars above. Some researchers see in these serpent myths an encoded record of astronomical knowledge. The Milky Way, which arcs across the night sky in a shimmering band, is known to many Amazonian tribes as the Celestial River. Within it, dark dust lanes form a sinuous shape resembling a giant snake. For these ancient astronomers, the heavens and the earth mirrored one another. The rivers below were reflections of the serpent above. In aligning their cities, canals, and geoglyphs to the stars, they may have believed they were harmonizing the human world with the divine. The serpent, then, was more than a symbol. It was the bridge between realms, the key to cosmic order. But where myths speak of divine teachers descending from the sky, the question inevitably arises, who or what were these beings? Were they purely symbolic, embodiments of natural forces, or could they represent something more literal, visitors, explorers, or survivors of a lost world? Ancient astronaut theorists have long pointed to these Amazonian legends as evidence of contact between early humans and advanced beings, perhaps from another planet or dimension. To them, the sky serpents and shining god described in the myths are not metaphors but memories, distorted over time into stories of gods. Mainstream archaeology rejects this interpretation, of course, preferring to see the tales as expressions of universal human imagination, but remains curious that so many civilizations, separated by oceans, tell nearly identical stories of luminous teachers descending from the heavens. Still, there is another way to read these myths, one that does not require extraterrestrials, yet still acknowledges their power. The sky beings may have been ancestors, survivors of a global cataclysm, perhaps the same flood remembered in myths across the world. If the Amazonian civilization rose after such an event, its founders may have carried fragments of lost knowledge, passed down through generations until memory transformed it into myth. The gods who came from the sky might have been refugees who arrived by boat or who possessed technology so advanced that it appeared divine to later generations. What we call myth could, in fact, be history told in the only language that survived. Indigenous spiritual traditions often merge history and cosmology into a single continuum. For the shamans of the Amazon, the spirit world and the physical world are not separate dimensions. They are reflections of one another, layered like the strata of the earth. Through ritual, music, and plant medicine, the veil between them can be lifted, allowing humans to glimpse the knowledge of creation. This worldview offers a profound insight into how the ancient civilization might have perceived its relationship with the cosmos. Their geometry, their soil, their cities, all may have been physical embodiments of spiritual truths. They did not build temples to the gods. They built temples as the gods, shaping the earth into divine form. Modern anthropologists have begun to re-examine these myths with fresh eyes. Some now believe that the serpent and sky being narratives may encode not only cosmology, but also ecological wisdom, metaphors for the balance between creation and destruction, abundance and restraint. In this sense, the serpent of the sky could represent the river's flood cycles, the pulse of nature itself. The gods who taught humanity to plan and build were not aliens, but archetypes of wisdom, symbols of the harmony between human intention and natural order. Yet even as allegory, the depth of mythology is staggering. It reflects a society whose philosophy rivaled that of the Greeks and Egyptians, a people who understood existence as a continuum of transformation, life endlessly renewing itself through the dance of opposites. Archaeological finds add weight to these interpretations. Petroglyphs found along the upper Negro River depict human figures intertwined with serpent-like beings, some holding what appear to be celestial spheres or tools. In the Brazilian state of Rondônia, ancient engravings show spirals and waveforms identical to patterns seen in other sacred sites around the world. Could these symbols represent a shared human memory of cosmic creation, or even a forgotten science that unified physics and spirituality? The more we learn about the Amazon's ancient culture, the more these myths begin to sound less like fables and more like encoded knowledge. The serpent becomes energy. The sky gods become wisdom bearers. The descent from heaven becomes a transmission of understanding. Whether one interprets these stories as metaphor, memory, or contact, their function is clear: to remind humanity that knowledge is a gift, not a possession, a current flowing from one age to the next. And perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. The modern world, in its rush toward technological advancement, has separated itself from the very balance the ancients revered. We build without purpose, consume without harmony, and call it progress. The people of the Amazon, guided by their sky beings and serpent spirits, built a civilization that vanished without leaving scars. Their greatest achievement may have been invisibility. They learned to live in rhythm with the world, not above it. In the next section, the story takes an even more provocative turn. Across the ancient world, from the jungles of South America to the deserts of North Africa, we find the same symbols, the same myths of floods, serpents, and gods of light. Could the Amazon have been connected to another civilization? Perhaps even the legendary Atlantis itself? We now follow the threads that tie the jungle to the sea, searching for the echoes of a cataclysm that may have changed the course of human history forever. The idea sounds impossible, and yet it refuses to die. Could the lost civilization of the Amazon have been connected to the most enduring mystery of them all, Atlantis? For centuries, explorers, mystics, and scholars have searched for Plato's fabled island empire, said to have vanished beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. The legend of Atlantis has been retold in every corner of the world, but few have asked an unsettling question. What if its survivors didn't vanish at all? What if they fled, not to the ocean's depths, but to the heart of the greatest forest on Earth? The evidence emerging from South America has reignited this ancient debate, linking the myths of the drowned world to the cities buried beneath the jungle. The parallels between Atlantis and the Amazon are uncanny. Plato described Atlantis as a vast land of concentric circles, rings of earth and water engineered in perfect harmony, connected by canals, and ruled by philosopher kings who mastered both science and spirituality. LiDAR imagery from Bolivia and Brazil now reveals enormous circular geoglyphs, surrounded by trenches and causeways, connected by waterways that stretch for miles. Both share a fascination with geometry, water management, and cosmic order. Both seem to have fallen in cataclysm, and both were dismissed by mainstream scholars as fantasy, until the ground itself began to tell a different story. Some researchers propose that Atlantis was never a single city, but a civilization, a network of cultures that spread their knowledge across the world before a global catastrophe destroyed their homeland. According to this theory, the survivors journeyed inland, carrying fragments of their technology and wisdom to seed new societies. The flood myths found among the Amazonian tribes may be distant memories of that event. Stories of a great deluge that drowned the world, forcing the ancestors to retreat into the jungle where they began anew. The sky beings who descended in fire, teaching agriculture and geometry, could have been these refugees, survivors of a sunken empire, remembered by their descendants as gods. This idea gains strength when we compare myths from opposite sides of the Atlantic. In Greece, Plato spoke of a lost world that sank beneath the ocean. In South America, ancient Andean legends tell of Viracocha, the bearded god who emerged from a flood to bring civilization back to humanity. The Mayans spoke of Itzamna, the sky-born teacher who came after a world-ending storm. In the Amazon, the people tell of luminous ancestors who arrived after the great waters swallowed the sun. These are not isolated inventions. They are echoes of a shared catastrophe, fragments of an ancient memory transmitted through myth. Geological evidence supports the possibility that such a flood did occur. Around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, Earth experienced massive climatic upheaval. Sea levels rose by more than 400 feet as glaciers melted, swallowing coastlines and reshaping continents. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, supported by sedimentary evidence of cosmic debris, suggests that a comet or meteor struck the planet, triggering wildfires, earthquakes, and floods of unimaginable scale. This was the same era when megafauna like the mammoth and giant sloth went extinct, and when, according to many traditions, the first great human civilizations vanished. If Atlantis truly existed, this would have been its end. But the survivors, driven inland by rising waters, might have found refuge where fresh rivers met ancient mountains, in the cradle of the Amazon basin. Archaeological anomalies in South America lend weight to this idea. Across the Andes and the Amazon, there are scattered traces of technology and craftsmanship far older than established history allows. Carved stones showing advanced polishing techniques, megalithic blocks that seem to predate Inca construction, and petroglyphs depicting stars and constellations from the opposite hemisphere, all suggest the presence of knowledge that should not have existed there. Even the famous Incan legend of Paititi, the hidden city of gold, may not describe gold at all, but the shining lights of the ancient cities buried beneath the jungle. Some explorers, like Percy Fawcett, believe that Paititi and Atlantis were one and the same, that the jungle hid the remains of a forgotten world whose knowledge seeded the empires that followed. What's even more compelling is the alignment of geography. If we trace Plato's vague coordinates westward across the Atlantic, one possible interpretation places Atlantis not under the sea, but in what is now the South American continent, a land once connected to the Atlantic shelf before rising waters separated it. Ancient coastlines reveal submerged formations near the mouth of the Amazon River, strange geometric ridges, and plateaus now several hundred feet underwater. Could these have been coastal settlements of the same culture, whose descendants later moved inland as the floods consumed their homeland? Skeptics argue that the Atlantis-Amazon connection is pure speculation, a romantic fantasy built on coincidence. But even they admit that something extraordinary occurred in the Amazon, something that defies the expectations of known history. Whether or not it was directly tied to Atlantis, the similarities in myth and structure suggest that the civilizations of the ancient world were not isolated as we once thought. The same knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and ecological engineering appears again and again, as if humanity once shared a global language of wisdom, a language now fragmented into legends and ruins. To the indigenous shamans, however, the question of Atlantis is irrelevant. They already have a name for the lost world, Wai, the land without evil. In their stories, it was a place where humans lived in harmony with the spirits, where hunger and disease did not exist, and where all things were connected by the same breath of life. When the Great Flood came, they say, the people of that world ascended the rivers, planting sacred knowledge in the heart of the jungle, so that it could be reborn when humanity was ready to remember. Whether this is myth or memory hardly matters. It expresses a truth deeper than history, that every fall is followed by renewal, every end by rebirth. It's tempting to dismiss these stories as metaphor, but science is slowly catching up to their essence. The geological record shows that global civilizations did, indeed, experience simultaneous collapses around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago. The melting of ice caps flooded lowlands, forcing migrations, severing trade routes, and erasing entire cultures from the map. The Amazon may have been one of the last refuges of that forgotten world, a sanctuary where survivors rebuilt, adapting their knowledge to a new environment. Instead of stone temples, they built with earth. Instead of carving monuments, they sculpted landscapes. Their legacy, preserved in the geometry of geoglyphs and fertility of terra preta, may be the living continuation of the same science that once shaped Atlantis. Perhaps Atlantis was never a city, but an idea, a symbol of humanity's recurring cycle of creation and loss. If so, then the Amazon is its echo, a living Atlantis, hidden not beneath the sea, but beneath the green tides of the rainforest. Its secrets are not drowned in water, but buried in soil, waiting to rise again through persistence of human curiosity. The connection between the Amazon and Atlantis remains unproven, but it continues to captivate because it speaks to a universal yearning, the sense that our past is deeper and more interconnected than we've been allowed to believe. Whether the builders of the Amazon inherited their wisdom from a sunken empire or developed it through their own genius, the outcome is the same, a civilization that understood balance, beauty, and the rhythm of nature more profoundly than we do today. And yet, this idea of a great flood, of cataclysmic change and survival, leads to the next chapter of our story. If the ancient world was truly united by knowledge and then shattered by disaster, what evidence remains of the event that destroyed it? Could the same cataclysm that sank Atlantis have also erased the Amazon's first empire? In the next section, we follow the trail of destruction left in stone and soil, searching for the fingerprints of a forgotten apocalypse, the great flood that wiped clean the slate of history. The myths of floods and divine wrath are among humanity's oldest stories. They echo from Mesopotamia to the Andes, from Sumer to the Amazon, tales of a world swallowed by water, of civilizations erased in a single moment of celestial fury. In the jungles of South America, those echoes are still alive. Indigenous elders speak of the great drowning, a time when the rivers rose beyond the mountains and the skies burned like fire. They tell of thunder that split the heavens and a darkness that lasted for days. These stories, long dismissed as metaphor, are now being re-examined in the light of science. Could the myths of the Amazon preserve the memory of an actual cataclysm, a global event that wiped clean the canvas of prehistory? The geological record provides clues that are as haunting as the myths themselves. Around 12,800 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, something extraordinary happened. In a span of mere centuries, perhaps even decades, Earth's climate shifted violently. Glaciers that had blanketed North America began to melt at a catastrophic rate. Sea levels surged by more than 100 meters, drowning coastlines and altering the course of rivers worldwide. At the same time, temperatures plunged suddenly before spiking again. A chaotic swing scientists call the Younger Dryas. It was during this period that countless animal species vanished, and with them, entire cultures. What caused such devastation remains a subject of fierce debate. The most compelling theory suggests that a comet or asteroid fragmented in Earth's atmosphere, striking multiple regions of the planet simultaneously. The evidence: layers of platinum, nanodiamonds, and impact glass scattered across sites from North America to Chile, paints the picture of a cosmic impact so vast that it ignited global wildfires, choked the skies with soot, and plunged the world into a nuclear winter. If true, this would have unleashed tsunamis and floods of unimaginable force, exactly the kind of disaster described in ancient texts from every civilization that followed. In South America, geological studies along the Andes and the Amazon basin reveal layers of sediment consistent with massive flooding during this period. Vast tracts of lowland forests appear to have been scoured clean and refilled with nutrient-rich silt, forming the very foundation upon which later civilizations would rise. It's as if the land itself was reborn. Yet within this new landscape, archaeologists have found evidence of prior human activity, artifacts buried beneath flood layers, fragmented pottery and stone tools older than any known Amazonian culture. They are whispers from a world that existed before the flood. Could this be the world remembered in myth, the era of the Shining Ones, the engineers of terra preta, the architects of geoglyphs? If so, the Amazon's lost empire may not have simply declined. It may have been destroyed. The flood legends of the Amazon bear striking parallels to those of other ancient peoples. The Kikuro tell of the sky breaking open and fire falling like rain. The Desana recall a serpent from the heavens that struck the earth and caused the rivers to rise. Far to the west, the Incas spoke of Yinu Pachacuti, the water catastrophe, when the world was washed away to purify corruption. Even the biblical deluge, the Sumerian flood of Utnapishtim, and the Hindu story of Manu all share a single haunting theme: destruction from above, salvation through knowledge, and renewal through survivors. What's most intriguing is that these flood narratives often coincide with the emergence of culture bringers, beings who arrive after the cataclysm to teach humanity how to rebuild. In the Amazon, they are the luminous sky teachers. In Egypt, they are the followers of Thoth. In Sumer, the god Enki saves wisdom in the depths. In the Andes, Viracocha emerges from a flood to restore order. It is as though humanity's collective memory preserves not only the trauma of the event, but also the recovery, a time when scattered survivors carried fragments of ancient science to the far corners of the earth. From a scientific perspective, the Younger Dryas' impact and its aftermath could easily have caused such migrations. Sea levels rose so dramatically that entire regions, from Southeast Asia's Sunda Shelf to the Atlantic coast, were submerged. Populations would have fled inland, up rivers, and into highlands. The Amazon, shielded by its vast inland basin, might have become both refuge and cradle, a place where survivors adapted their knowledge to a new world of mud, water, and heat. Over generations, their descendants would blend with local populations, creating the hybrid culture that built the geometric earthworks we uncover today. The flood did more than destroy. It transformed. In its wake, ecosystems flourished anew. Forests reclaimed plains, rivers shifted course, and mountains eroded into fertile valleys. In the Amazon, this regeneration may have been accelerated by human hands. The creation of terra preta and the reorganization of river systems could have been deliberate acts of reconstruction, the rebirth of civilization in harmony with the land, that had nearly killed it. This would explain why so many Amazonian myths speak not only of punishment but of renewal. The gods did not destroy the world in anger, but in purification, so that it might begin again. Of course, such interpretations blur the boundary between history and myth, between geology and philosophy. But perhaps that is the point. The ancients did not see these realms as separate. For them, the flood was both real and symbolic, a cleansing of corruption, a resetting of time. The serpent that brought destruction was also the bringer of knowledge. The fire from the sky that burned the forest was the same fire that lit the stars. Their myths carry a wisdom that modern science is only beginning to echo, that catastrophe and creation are two sides of the same cycle. What if the flood that destroyed the Amazon's first empire was not merely an end, but deliberate transition, a test of humanity's resilience? If we see the Amazon's ancient cities not as ruins, but as seeds planted in the soil of renewal, then perhaps their builders intended them to vanish, to be reclaimed, to rest until humanity was ready to remember. The flood, then, was not only the destruction of a civilization, but the concealment of its knowledge, buried safely beneath water and forest, waiting to be found again. In the next chapter, we follow the lingering traces of that cataclysm, the signs of magnetic anomalies, ancient energy flows, and the strange electromagnetic signatures recorded in the Amazon's oldest ruins. Could it be that the very forces that destroyed the civilization also left behind something else? A power, an imprint of energy, still humming beneath the jungle floor? Deep beneath the canopy, where the air thickens with humidity and the ground pulses with unseen life, strange phenomena have been reported for centuries. Compasses that spin without cause, lights that flicker in the night sky, and sudden bursts of static that seem to come from the earth itself. Hunters speak of zones where their sense of direction vanishes. Explorers tell of invisible walls of heat and vibration, and locals whisper of places where the forest hums. These anomalies were once dismissed as superstition, but modern instruments now confirm what the legends always suggested. The Amazon is alive with energy. Hidden beneath its soil are magnetic fields, mineral formations, and electromagnetic patterns that defy conventional explanation. Were these energies purely natural, or could they be remnants of an ancient technology long forgotten? When researchers began measuring the geomagnetic properties of the Amazon basin, they discovered something astonishing. Across multiple regions, particularly near known geoglyph sites and ancient causeways, magnetic readings fluctuate dramatically. Compasses veer off by as much as 15 degrees, and instruments designed to record electromagnetic frequency detect periodic pulses, short bursts of energy that repeat in cyclical patterns. Some anomalies even coincide with celestial alignments, intensifying during solstices and equinoxes. For scientists, these readings raise fascinating questions about the geological structure of the basin. For alternative researchers, however, they suggest something far more mysterious: the deliberate harnessing of natural earth energy by an ancient civilization. It's a concept that echoes across ancient architecture worldwide. From the pyramids of Egypt to Stonehenge to the megaliths of South America, many ancient sites appear to have been constructed along lines of magnetic or telluric energy, subtle currents that flow through the planet's crust. The builders of these monuments seem to know that the Earth itself was alive, that its energy could be amplified or directed through stone, water, and geometry. Could the same principle have been understood by the lost engineers of the Amazon? Could their circular geoglyphs and raised mounds have served as vast resonant structures, channeling the planet's pulse for ritual, communication, or even power? To the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, the answer has always been yes. They speak of sacred sites where the breath of the earth rises, where healers go to draw energy for their ceremonies. These places, often located near ancient earthworks, are believed to be portals between worlds. The shamans say that standing at the center of certain clearings, one can feel the heartbeat of the planet, a rhythmic vibration beneath the soles of the feet. In the modern age, geomagnetic surveys confirm that many of these sites coincide with localized anomalies, areas where the Earth's magnetic field is stronger or more chaotic than normal. Coincidence, or the remnants of forgotten science of energy? The link between magnetism and sacred architecture has deep historical roots. Ancient cultures across the world use lodestones and naturally magnetized rocks for navigation and ritual. The Olmecs of Mesoamerica carved the first known magnetic compasses over 3,000 years ago, aligning their colossal heads with magnetic north. In China, magnetic fields were considered the flow of qi, the life force that animated the world. In the Amazon, where no written records survive, the legacy of this understanding may have been encoded in the very landscape. The circular mounds and long, straight causeways discovered through LIDAR could function as magnetic conduits, amplifiers of Earth energy similar to the ley lines of Europe. Some modern researchers, including independent geophysicists, have proposed that the unusual magnetic properties of the Amazon might not be entirely natural. Deep below the jungle floor lie vast deposits of iron, quartz, and crystal-bearing stone, minerals known to interact with electromagnetic fields. When arranged or modified deliberately, these materials can create resonant circuits capable of storing and transmitting energy. Could the ancient builders have known this? Could the alignment of their cities and the composition of their soil, rich with charcoal and metallic elements, have been part of an intentional design? After all, terra preta itself contains high concentrations of carbonized material, known today as an excellent conductor of energy. What if this miraculous soil was not only agricultural technology, but part of a larger system, a bioelectrical network connecting the forest, the rivers, and the sky? Skeptics dismiss these ideas as pseudoscience, but the patterns are difficult to ignore. Some of the most significant magnetic anomalies coincide exactly with the largest geoglyphs, as if the structures were designed to interact with Earth's natural currents. Satellite-based magnetometers have recorded subtle concentric waves of magnetic intensity radiating outward from these sites, almost like ripples frozen in time. Could this be the result of ancient fires, meteor impacts, or perhaps a form of lost technology? Even the myths of the Amazon speak in terms that sound eerily electrical. The Banawa and Takano tribes tell of snakes of light that slither beneath the ground and stones that sing in storms. Shamans describe visions of glowing webs connecting rivers and mountains, a perfect poetic metaphor for the planet's magnetic grid. Some rituals involve iron-rich stones that vibrate when touched, used to heal or induce trance. These oral traditions may encode ancient observations of electromagnetic phenomena, passed down to the language of myth. Recent research into natural electromagnetism lends some scientific plausibility to these legends. The Earth constantly emits low-frequency electromagnetic waves known as Schumann resonances, pulses created by lightning storms that circle the planet. These resonances are known to affect human brain waves and biological rhythms. In regions like the Amazon, where lightning activity is among the highest in the world, these waves are amplified. It's possible that ancient shamans learned to sense or even synchronize with them through drumming, chanting, and rhythmic movement, effectively tuning themselves to the Earth's frequency. Their communication with spirits may have been a form of biological resonance, an intuitive awareness of the planet's living energy field. But there are stranger possibilities still. Some researchers have suggested that the Amazon's ancient civilization may have used these magnetic zones as part of an advanced environmental management system, a way of stimulating plant growth, stabilizing weather patterns, or even storing atmospheric electricity. While there is no direct proof, the notion that ancient peoples could manipulate the Earth's natural energy systems is not as far-fetched as it sounds. Modern science already experiments with electromagnetic soil activation and atmospheric ionization for agriculture. What if the ancients had discovered similar techniques, not through machines, but through organic science, a fusion of ritual, geometry, and environmental design? Whatever their purpose, these magnetic anomalies hint that the Amazon's hidden empire may have harnessed the invisible powers of nature in ways we barely comprehend. Their technology, if it can even be called that, did not rely on machines or metal towers. It was woven into the earth itself. The forest became the circuitry, the rivers the conduits, and the sky the generator. Their world was a living system, pulsing with energy and intention. Perhaps this is why the jungle still feels alive, even haunted, as if the echoes of that energy remain. Explorers who spend time near certain ruins report a strange sense of pressure in the air, an awareness of presence. Birds fall silent, compasses fail, and time seems to stretch. Science will one day explain these sensations in terms of physics. But for now, they linger as reminders that the Amazon still holds secrets we cannot yet name. In the next section, we turn to the physical evidence left behind by these ancient architects, objects that shouldn't exist, artifacts that defy dating and logic. They are fragments of a vanished world. Metallic tools found in pre-Columbian layers, sculptures that depict machines, and relics that seem to belong to another age entirely. These are the pieces of the puzzle that modern archaeology cannot easily fit. The unexplained artifacts and relics that whisper of a civilization whose science may have extended beyond even our own. Across the centuries, strange discoveries have emerged from the depths of the Amazon. Artifacts and relics that defy the accepted timeline of history. They appear in isolated finds, metallic objects buried in ancient clay, sculptures depicting beings and technologies that should not exist, carvings that suggest machines, flight, and instruments far beyond the supposed capabilities of pre-Columbian societies. Each discovery on its own might be dismissed as coincidence or misinterpretation, but together they form a pattern, one that suggests the Amazon's lost civilization may have possessed knowledge or technology far more advanced than anyone dares to admit. The jungle is a ruthless guardian of its secrets. Metal corrodes within years, organic material vanishes, and humidity erases the traces of human hands. Yet somehow, pieces have survived. In 2019, archaeologists excavating a site near the Madeira River uncovered what appear to be fragments of metal alloy embedded in a layer of soil dated to more than 1,000 years before European contact. The alloy's composition, nickel, iron, and traces of chromium, was unlike anything produced by known pre-Columbian metallurgy. Official reports categorize the find as modern contamination, but field notes and photos tell a different story. The fragments were found sealed within undisturbed sediment beneath layers of charcoal and pottery typical of Amazonian settlement horizons. How did an alloy resembling stainless steel end up there centuries before its invention? There are also the mysterious carved stones found near the border of Brazil and Bolivia, artifacts depicting humanoid figures wearing what appear to be helmets or headgear, holding objects that look like rods or devices. Some of these carvings display complex patterns resembling circuitry or spirals of energy. Indigenous informants identify them as representations of sky teachers, the luminous ones who descended from the heavens to instruct humanity. While most archaeologists classify such motifs as abstract symbolism, their uncanny resemblance to modern depictions of technology continues to provoke debate. Even more confounding are reports of so-called out-of-place artifacts discovered in riverbanks and eroded hillsides. In the 1970s, local miners along the Purus River unearthed small metallic spheres with grooves etched around their circumference, objects similar to the enigmatic Klerksdorp spheres found in South Africa. The Amazonian specimens, analyzed decades later, were composed of nickel-steel alloy not naturally occurring in the region. Microscopic study revealed machining marks that implied deliberate shaping. The findings were quietly archived and rarely mentioned in formal publications, yet copies of the reports circulate among independent researchers to this day. There are also ceramic figurines unearthed in Acre and Rondonia, showing unmistakably non-local features, elongated heads, almond-shaped eyes, and clothing that bears no resemblance to known Amazonian styles. Some figurines appear to depict human figures seated in intricate chairs or capsules, surrounded by abstract patterns resembling control panels or star maps. To mainstream archaeology, these are symbolic representations of spiritual journeys or shamanic visions. To others, they hint at something far more literal, a memory of advanced beings or ancestors who once walked among the forest dwellers. One of the most controversial discoveries came from the caverna de Pedra Pintada, a cave in Pará State. Excavations there revealed layers of human occupation dating back over 11,000 years, far earlier than scholars believe people could have settled in the Amazon. Among the artifacts were stone tools unlike any known regional style and pigments containing elements such as manganese and titanium, rare in natural deposits nearby. Some suggest that these materials were deliberately imported or processed, evidence of long-distance trade or lost methods of material refinement. The deeper archaeologists dig, the older and stranger the evidence becomes, as though each layer reveals not linear progress, but cycles of rise, collapse, and rediscovery. And then there are the objects that blur the boundary between artifact and legend. Locals tell of singing stones found in certain riverbeds, smooth polished rocks that emit a faint hum when struck together, as if resonating at a natural frequency. Geologists have proposed that these stones may contain high quartz content, which can produce piezoelectric vibrations when compressed or struck. But among the tribes, the stones are said to be the voices of the ancestors, remnants of the great machines that once spoke with thunder. Could these be the fossilized remains of forgotten technology, one that harnessed sound or vibration rather than metal and fire? Similar mysteries appear across the continent. In Ecuador, the so-called Library of Metal Plates, discovered in the Teos cave system, contains hundreds of engraved sheets depicting star constellations, strange symbols, and maps of both the earth and the heavens. Though its authenticity is debated, the resemblance of some markings to those found on Amazonian ceramics is undeniable. Could both be remnants of the same ancient knowledge system, one that encoded information not in books or scrolls, but in durable materials meant to withstand time and cataclysm? The question of metallurgy is perhaps the most striking contradiction to accepted history. Traditional models hold that the peoples of the Amazon did not practice large-scale metalworking, yet evidence from multiple sites suggests otherwise. Iron slag, copper beads, and gold ornaments have been found hundreds of miles from any known mining region. The uniformity of their design implies a shared cultural or technological tradition. Even stranger are the faint magnetic traces detected in some metallic relics, as if they had once been exposed to strong electromagnetic fields. Whether these traces are natural or deliberate remains unknown, but they add to the growing sense that the Amazon's ancient civilization may have understood and utilized energy in ways far beyond what conventional archaeology is prepared to acknowledge. Of course, not every artifact can be authenticated. Hoaxes abound, and misinterpretation is easy. But the consistency of certain patterns, advanced alloys, geometric carvings, symbolic parallels with modern technology, raises uncomfortable questions. Could it be that the civilization buried beneath the forest reached a level of scientific sophistication comparable, in some ways, to our own? Did they possess tools or materials that allowed them to manipulate energy, magnetism, or even sound? If so, their disappearance might not have been a simple collapse, but a deliberate withdrawal, perhaps even self-destruction, triggered by forces they could no longer control. There is a haunting symmetry to this possibility. Throughout human history, we have risen and fallen by the same cycle: discovery, mastery, hubris, and ruin. The Amazon's hidden empire may have followed that same pattern, achieving harmony with nature only to be undone by a moment of imbalance. The artifact they left behind are fragments of their final chapter, silent witnesses to a science that was not lost but buried. In the next section, we'll follow another thread that emerges from this evidence: the genetic one. For as strange as these artifacts may be, the most astonishing proof of all may be written not in stone or metal, but in the DNA of the people who still call the Amazon home. Deep within their genetic code lie traces of an ancestry that defies explanation, connections to distant continents, unknown migrations, and perhaps the lingering imprint of a civilization whose legacy flows through their very blood. Deep in the DNA of the people who still call the Amazon home, there lies a mystery that has shaken the foundations of anthropology. For generations, scholars assumed that the indigenous peoples of South America descended solely from a single wave of migration across the Bering Strait thousands of years ago. The story was simple. Humans came from Siberia, crossed into Alaska during the Ice Age, and slowly migrated south. But recent genetic studies have revealed a far stranger and more complex tale, one that connects the people of the Amazon not only to ancient North Americans, but to populations from across the oceans. It is as if the genetic memory of a forgotten world still pulses in their blood. In 2015, a team of geneticists from Harvard, Sao Paulo, and Copenhagen published a groundbreaking paper that stunned the scientific community. They discovered that certain Amazonian tribes, particularly the Surue, Cariciana, and Zavan peoples, shared a unique genetic signature with groups in Southeast Asia, Polynesia, and even ancient Australia. This shared ancestry, which researchers labeled population Y for Ipequera, meaning ancestor in the Tupi language, could not be explained by any known migration route. The results were clear. Long before Columbus, long before the known history of human contact between continents, people in the Amazon carried DNA links to populations thousands of miles away across the Pacific. How could this be possible? The official explanations have ranged from a lost migration wave that crossed the Pacific or coastal routes tens of thousands of years ago, to genetic convergence through ancient island-hopping populations. But for those studying the deeper mysteries of the Amazon, the discovery suggests something more profound, a legacy of an interconnected world that existed before the rise of known civilizations. If the Amazon was once the heart of a global culture, the population-wide markers could be the biological echoes of its ancient ambassadors, explorers, or survivors who spread across the earth. The DNA findings coincide with linguistic and cultural evidence that hints at prehistoric global exchange. Certain Amazonian languages share structural similarities with those of Melanesia and Southeast Asia. Ancient myths from Polynesia speak of journeys to forests of endless rivers and lands of dark soil, while Amazonian legends recall travelers who sailed upon the ocean that touches the sun. Even botanical evidence supports the possibility of pre-Columbian contact. Plants native to South America, such as the sweet potato and coca leaf, were present in Polynesia long before European exploration. Their DNA, too, shows that they crossed the ocean thousands of years ago. Some researchers propose that these connections arose through natural seafaring and drift voyages, perhaps carried by ancient mariners who followed the currents of the Pacific. But others believe the pattern suggests something more deliberate, an ancient maritime network, now erased from history, that linked the world's earliest civilizations. Could the Amazon have been one of its central nodes? Its rivers, after all, are natural highways stretching across the continent. If a civilization here had mastered water transport, its people could have reached the Atlantic and the Pacific, bridging continents long before recorded time. Adding to the intrigue, ancient skeletal remains found in Brazil, particularly at the site of Lagoa Santa, reveal features that do not match those of later Native American populations. The skulls, some dating back more than 11,000 years, resemble those of early Australo-Melanesian peoples rather than East Asian migrants. Known as the Luzia woman, one of the oldest skeletons in the Americas, exhibits traits suggesting multiple waves of migration or contact across vast distances. For decades, her existence puzzled anthropologists. Now, with genetic data to support cross-oceanic connections, Luzia's lineage may represent a bridge between worlds, a remnant of an older, more diverse humanity that flourished before history reset itself. This blending of ancestries raises unsettling possibilities. If multiple populations reached the Americas long before the accepted timeline, where did they come from, and how did they possess the means to traverse oceans? Could these early voyagers have been remnants of an advanced prehistoric culture, perhaps the same one remembered as Atlantis, or the global seafarers of lost ages? The technology required for such journeys, navigation by stars, understanding of currents, and mastery of shipbuilding, would imply a level of sophistication equal to that of Bronze Age civilizations, yet millennia earlier. Some scientists argue that these genetic links prove nothing supernatural, that they merely reflect humanity's remarkable capacity for migration. But the convergence of data from archaeology, linguistics, and mythology paints a more complex picture. The genetic thread that binds the Amazon to the Pacific may represent the faint biological residue of a once unified human story, one erased by catastrophe, fragmented by time, but still traceable in the code of life. Among indigenous people, these findings resonate deeply. Many tribes already believe that their ancestors came from the great waters or across the shining sea. They see the scientific discoveries not as contradiction, but as confirmation of what their elders have always said, that the world was once one, and the forest is its living heart. The people of Y, as some anthropologists have begun calling them, may be the modern descendants of that forgotten union, a lineage carrying both the memory of a drowned civilization and the knowledge of how to live in balance with the earth. The implications extend far beyond anthropology. If the Amazon's ancient inhabitants shared bloodlines with distant continents, then the global prehistory of humanity must be rewritten. It means that human civilization may not have evolved in isolation, but in communication, exchanging knowledge and genes across vast oceans long before the official dawn of civilization in Mesopotamia. It also suggests that our modern separation of cultures, continents, and species is an illusion, a product of amnesia. Beneath it all, we are fragments of the same forgotten story. Some researchers have gone further, proposing that the unique genetic adaptations found in certain Amazonian tribes, such as their resistance to pathogens, their symbiotic relationship with local flora, and even their metabolic resilience, may be remnants of an ancient bioengineering legacy. Could their ancestors have deliberately guided evolution, selecting traits that allowed survival in the harsh, wet, disease-rich environment of the rainforest? The idea may sound radical, yet the evidence of deliberate environmental modification, terra preta, cultivated forests, and controlled ecosystems suggests a people deeply aware of the biological foundations of life. If they could transform the soil itself, perhaps they could shape the genome too, whether through science, environment, or divine gift. The result remains astonishing. A people who not only survived millennia of isolation, but did so while preserving the genetic fingerprints of humanity's lost origins. The Amazon's people are living artifacts, descendants of explorers, survivors, or creators from an age we have yet to fully understand. Their DNA is the oldest library on Earth, containing volumes of information about our species' forgotten migrations, ancient contacts, and cosmic beginnings. As we move forward, one truth becomes unavoidable. The answers to the Amazon's mystery may not lie solely in its soil or ruins, but in the people themselves. Their bodies, their blood, and their stories are the last living bridge to a world that modern science is only now beginning to rediscover. And yet, this revelation leads to an even greater enigma. If the genetic code carries a memory of ancient connections, if the forest holds a blueprint of lost knowledge, what if that information extends beyond biology itself? What if consciousness, too, is an inheritance, passed down to the ages like DNA, a living link between past and present? In the next section, we explore the idea that the ancients of the Amazon may have understood the mind not as an individual phenomenon, but as part of a collective intelligence, a web of consciousness that bound their civilization together, and perhaps still whispers beneath the green canopy today. The idea that consciousness might be shared, that thought itself could connect human beings to each other and to the living world, was once the domain of mystics and poets. But in the Amazon, this concept is not theory, it is lived reality. Among the forest tribes and in the legacy of its lost civilization, consciousness was never considered a solitary experience. It was a river flowing through every tree, every animal, every human being. It was the unseen web binding existence into one mind. Modern neuroscience is only beginning to explore what the ancient of the Amazon seemed to know intuitively, that awareness is not confined to the skull, but extends into the world around us. Their civilization, it seems, was built upon this truth. For the Amazonian peoples, the forest itself is alive with thought. Every sound, the chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves, the rhythm of rain, is part of a grand conversation. Shamans describe this as a song of the world, a chorus of consciousness that never ceases. When they enter trance states through the use of sacred plants like ayahuasca, they claim to tune in to this universal network. The visions they experience are not hallucinations, but messages, downloads of knowledge transmitted from the collective intelligence of the forest. What modern scientists might call neurotransmitters or neurochemistry, the shamans call spirits of connection. Anthropologists who have spent years living with these tribes have recorded consistent experiences. Different individuals, isolated from one another, report identical visions during ceremonies. Geometric patterns of light, spirals of DNA-like strands, fractal forests forming infinite shapes. These are not random illusions, but shared cognitive landscapes, communal dreams that seem to originate from a single source. Could it be that the plants themselves facilitated a biological internet, a bridge between minds? Biologists studying the mycorrhizal networks beneath the forest floor, the intricate fungal webs that connect tree roots across vast distances, suggest that this wood-wide web functions as an ecological nervous system. Through it, trees share nutrients, warnings, and information. The ancients may have perceived the system directly, translating its signals into myth and ceremony. In this light, the lost civilization of the Amazon might not have relied on written language at all. Their communication could have been telepathic, emotional, or symbiotic, carried through ritual, vibration, and the rhythms of nature itself. Their monumental earthworks, geometric alignments, and ritual centers may have been designed to amplify resonance, not only acoustic but mental. Imagine plazas calibrated to reflect sound, frequencies aligning with the Earth's magnetic field, and chants vibrating in perfect synchrony with the pulse of the forest. These were not mere ceremonies. They were acts of synchronization, binding human consciousness to the consciousness of the planet. Recent studies in neurobiology lend unexpected support to these ancient intuitions. Research into electromagnetic sensitivity has shown that the human brain responds subtly to fluctuations in geomagnetic fields. The Schumann resonance, the Earth's natural electromagnetic heartbeat, vibrates at around 783 Hz, almost identical to the brain's alpha wave rhythm. This suggests that our minds are naturally tuned to the planet's frequency. When synchronized, humans may enter states of profound coherence and insight, what ancient cultures described as communion with the divine. It is possible that the Amazonian civilization designed their rituals and architecture to induce precisely these states. Some theorists propose that consciousness is not an emergent property of biology at all, but a fundamental field of reality, like gravity or electromagnetism. In this view, the human brain acts as a receiver or tuner of a universal mind. The shaman songs of the plants, the harmonious geometry of the geoglyphs, and the meditative precision of their rituals could all be seen as methods of adjusting the dial, fine-tuning human awareness to the greater field of planetary intelligence. The lost civilization may have mastered this process, creating an entire society that lived in mental and energetic unity. Indigenous myths describe this state of unity with poetic precision. The Kaxinawas speak of the Hunikeen, the true people who could communicate with the trees and call down rain with their thoughts. The Shipibo believe that the intricate geometric patterns painted on their textiles and bodies are the visual representations of sound frequencies, the vibrations of thought itself. When two people share the same pattern, they share the same understanding. To the modern observer, this looks like art. To the ancients, it was telepathy made visible. Even the famed ayahuasca visions mirror the architecture of the geoglyphs. Circular, symmetric, and fractal, as if the builders had encoded the very structure of consciousness into the landscape. The forest's oldest edition suggests that this was no accident. The cities were maps of the mind, the earth transformed into a mirror of thought. In living within those geometries, the people entered harmony with the universe, each structure a node in a planetary web of awareness. Scientists exploring altered states of consciousness are beginning to confirm that such synchronization is not fantasy. Group meditation studies show measurable changes in the Earth's electromagnetic field when large numbers of people focus their attention collectively. The implications are staggering. Human thought might interact with the planet's energy system, influencing weather, ecosystems, even seismic activity. The ancient Amazonians may have understood this long before the instruments of science existed. They may have known that consciousness is not passive, but participatory, that thought itself shapes reality. In this worldview, their civilization was not built on conquest or hierarchy, but coherence. Their strength came from unity of mind, their power from resonance with nature. This would explain why their physical structures were ephemeral, why they left no stone monuments or metal towers. Their true architecture was invisible, woven through the consciousness of the living world. When their society fell, it did not leave ruins. It left memories in the soil, frequencies in the air, and wisdom in the genes of their descendants. Modern humanity, in its isolation, may have forgotten this connection, but fragments of it remain. The resonance between human brainwaves and Earth's electromagnetic pulse, the biochemical symphony of plants and neuroreceptors, the patterns that repeat from microscopic cells to galactic spirals, all suggest that consciousness is not limited to us. It is a universe observing itself through infinite mirrors. The ancient Amazonians may have not only known this, they may have lived it. As we move to the next chapter, a deeper and more haunting possibility emerges. If consciousness was the key to their unity, what happens when such harmony collapses? Could the downfall of the Amazon's great civilization have been triggered not by war or flood, but by the disintegration of that collective mind? The next section explores the psychological and spiritual fall of the ancient Amazonians, the breaking of the unity that once bound them to the forest and the cosmos. It is a story of disconnection, loss, and a long silence that followed, a warning to us all. The collapse of the ancient Amazonian civilization was not a single moment of destruction. It was a slow unraveling of unity, a dissonance that began not in the body but in the mind. The forest still thrived, The river still flowed, and the soil still bore the miraculous fertility of terra preta, but something invisible had fractured within the hearts of its people. For centuries, their greatest power had been harmony, the seamless blending of thought, spirit, and nature into one living consciousness. But harmony, once disrupted, does not shatter like glass. It decays like music played out of tune. What followed was not a war of swords or fire, but a war of thought, a psychological collapse that ended an age of enlightenment and began an age of forgetting. The signs of this fall linger faintly in myth. In the oral traditions of the Upper Xingu, there is a story of a great silence that descended upon the people after they began to speak differently. The old song stopped working. The crops grew weaker, and the animals no longer came when called. The elders said that the spirit of the forest had turned away because humans no longer listened in one voice. The tribes that once shared rituals and knowledge drifted apart, each hoarding what they knew, mistrusting their neighbors. Cooperation gave way to competition, unity to pride. This psychological fragmentation was not merely social, it was energetic. The web of consciousness that bound the civilization together began to tear. Modern scholars who study social collapse often point to environmental stress, population pressure, or disease as the causes of civilizational decline. But the Amazon offers a more profound model. Collapse is a loss of coherence. A society built upon collective awareness cannot survive once its members turn inward, seeking self over system, dominance over balance. The temples of geometry, the circular plazas, the resonant mounds, became empty shells once the thoughts that animated them lost rhythm. Without unity of mind, their rituals lost power, and the once living architecture turned to silence. Psychologically, the downfall of the Amazonian civilization mirrors the pattern seen throughout history. Every golden age of harmony ends with the emergence of division between priest and peasant, ruler and ruled, believer and skeptic. The people who once felt the pulse of the forest as their own heartbeat began to see themselves as separate from it. They no longer treated the jungle as a partner, but as a resource. Greed replaced reverence, and fear replaced trust. This shift in perception, this turning away from unity, may have been the true original sin of humanity. The flood that followed in later myths could symbolize not just water, but the drowning of collective consciousness in the depths of individual isolation. Anthropologists studying the remnants of this culture have found evidence of abrupt shifts in social organization. Settlements that had been harmoniously aligned began to scatter. Communal structures gave way to fortified villages, and ceremonial plazas were abandoned. It is as if a society suddenly lost its sense of purpose. Trade routes were cut, and artistic expression diminished. The once flourishing patterns on pottery and textiles grew simpler, more utilitarian. The geoglyphs, once carved with cosmic precision, ceased altogether. Some researchers suggest these changes coincided with climatic fluctuations or disease outbreaks, but others believe they reflect something deeper, a collective withdrawal from the very principles that had sustained them. To the descendants of the civilization, preserved in myth and ritual, the fall is remembered as the breaking of the song. The shamans say that the great melody of the world was once perfectly tuned, and that their ancestors could hear the voice of the earth guiding them. But as humans grew proud, they began to sing their own songs, louder, dissonant, until the harmony collapsed into noise. The earth, wounded by this discord, turned silent. The rain stopped answering. The soil turned cold, and the stars grew dim. In their grief, the people scattered into the jungle, each tribe carrying a fragment of the original melody, but forgetting how it fit into the whole. That ancient song, perhaps the very vibration of collective consciousness, still lives in their chants today, but it is broken, like a mirror reflecting only pieces of its former brilliance. Some philosophers see in this myth a warning about the dangers of ego, the moment when self-awareness, unbalanced by empathy, becomes the seed of destruction. The ancients of the Amazon had built their society on empathy so profound that it transcended individuality. When that empathy fractured, so did everything built upon it. The same story echoes across the world. In Atlantis' pride, in Babel's confusion, in the fall of every civilization that mistook intelligence for wisdom. The Amazon's fall may have been the prototype, the first act in humanity's long tragedy of forgetting its connection to the whole. Archaeological evidence supports the theory of a slow decline rather than sudden catastrophe. The radiocarbon dates from abandoned sites show a gradual depopulation over centuries. Yet, unlike other fallen civilizations, there are no signs of war, famine, or mass destruction. The people simply vanish into the forest, dissolving back into the ecosystem they had once shaped. Some scholars interpret this as adaptation, communities dispersing as conditions changed. But others see a symbolic act, almost ritualistic, a deliberate return to nature, a collective surrender. Perhaps the people, sensing the imbalance they had created, chose to fade away rather than destroy what they had loved. Psychologically, this makes sense. A civilization rooted in spiritual ecology could not survive its own disconnection from spirit. Once they could no longer feel the forest's voice, life itself must have felt hollow. The rituals that once brought vision became empty form. The sacred geometry lost meaning. Even terra preta, though fertile, could not feed the hunger for unity. In such a world, collapse would not come from external invasion. It would come from within, from apathy, from the silence between hearts. There are haunting parallels between this ancient disintegration and the modern world. We, too, live in an age of fragmentation. Our technologies connect us globally while dividing us emotionally. Our cities expand as our empathy contracts. Like the ancients, we mistake data for wisdom, control for understanding. Perhaps the Amazon's fall is not only history, it is prophecy. It reminds us that civilizations are not destroyed by nature, but by dissonance. When the collective consciousness loses harmony with its environment, collapse becomes inevitable. Still, hope remains within the echoes of that forgotten song. The surviving tribes of the Amazon continue to sing fragments of the old hymns, invoking the spirits of the trees, the rivers, and the sky. They say the world will heal when humanity learns to listen again, when the scattered notes of the ancient melody reunite into one voice. Science may interpret this as metaphor, but it resonates as truth. Our greatest downfall is amnesia, the forgetting of who we truly are, participants in a single living consciousness that spans every creature, every planet, every star. As we move into the next chapter, we turn from the psychological fall to the physical aftermath, the long silence that followed the collapse. For centuries, the forest grew over bones of cities and the echoes of songs. But nature, patient and impartial, never forgets. Beneath the roots and rivers, evidence of rebirth began to stir again. The next section explores how the jungle itself became both tomb and womb, how life reclaimed what was lost, preserving the memory of the ancients within the very DNA of the forest. When the great civilization of the Amazon fell silent, the forest moved in, not as conqueror, but as caretaker. Over centuries, roots consumed stone, vines wrapped around sacred plazas, and the jungle's pulse reclaimed the geometry that once mirrored the stars. It was as if the earth itself chose to bury the memory of its fallen children beneath layers of green. What had been temples became mounds of moss. What had been roads turned into rivers. The jungle did not destroy the past. It absorbed it, preserved it, and transformed it into something new. In this strange process of decay and rebirth, the Amazon became both tomb and womb, the final resting place of forgotten civilization and the living cradle of its reincarnation. To understand how the jungle could consume a civilization so completely, one must first understand the power of the rainforest. It is not merely vegetation. It is a living engine, capable of erasing human presence in decades and rewriting landscapes in centuries. The forest grows with such ferocity that entire cities can vanish beneath it without leaving a trace visible to the naked eye. And yet, beneath that relentless growth, the earth remembers. The nutrients in terra preta, the charred layers of human cultivation, the artificial mounds that still shape the flow of water, all remain as the DNA of a vanished world. The forest feeds on these remnants, incorporating them into its body like inherited memory. Modern researchers have found that many of the Amazon's most fertile and diverse ecosystems exist exactly where ancient settlements once stood. The biodiversity that defines the rainforest today, its explosion of medicinal plants, fruit-bearing trees, and intricate symbiotic systems, may not be natural at all. It is a living artifact, designed and maintained by human hands thousands of years ago. In this sense, The forest is not wild but cultivated, an ecological cathedral built over the ruins of cities. When the people disappeared, their gardens did not die. They grew wild, fusing human design with natural evolution, creating the world's most complex ecosystem. This revelation changes everything we thought we knew about the Amazon. Far from being untouched wilderness, it is a legacy landscape, a living monument to human ingenuity. Every vine, every flower, every bird call is part of the inheritance left by the ancient architects who once harmonized human life with the planet. The forest itself became their monument, an organic archive that carries their wisdom in its genetic code. Modern scientists call these regions anthropogenic forests, but the indigenous people know them by another name, the memory of the earth. In indigenous cosmology, the forest regrowth after the fall of the ancient civilization is not tragedy. It is redemption. The elders say that when humanity lost its unity, the spirits of land withdrew into the trees, waiting for the day when humans would remember how to listen again. Each plant species, they believe, holds a lesson, medicine for both body and spirit. The forest became a teacher, whispering its knowledge through color, scent, and vibration. What Western science calls biodiversity, they call wisdom, the language of creation, reborn through leaves and roots. When biologists map these ecosystems, they find patterns that seem too intentional to be accidental. Clusters of food-bearing trees align with old settlement sites. Medicinal plants appear near ancient paths and river junctions. Genetic analysis shows that many of these species were selected and distributed by human hands millennia ago. The forest, in essence, became an unconscious continuation of civilization, a self-sustaining garden that outlived its gardeners. This is perhaps the greatest miracle of all, that society could vanish without leaving ruins, yet still guide the evolution of the planet itself. The silence that followed the fall was not emptiness, but transformation. Nature, guided by the residues of human intention, began composing its own music. The insects, the rain, the wind, each became part of a living symphony that carried a vibration of the old songs in new form. In a way, the forest remembered what the people had forgotten. It continued their work in its own language, preserving the essence of their philosophy in biological code rather than stone or text. Even today, scientists studying forest ecology find inexplicable zones of harmony, microclimates where species coexist in perfect equilibrium, resistant to disease and disruption. Some call them ecological anomalies. The shamans call them the breathing of the ancestors. And perhaps they are right. The ancient people's consciousness may never have truly died. It may have transmuted into the forest itself. Every cell, every seed, every pulse of chlorophyll could be carrying a fragment of that collective awareness. The rainforest, then, is not merely the product of evolution, but the continuation of human intention, a vast living organism shaped by memory. When the shamans speak to the plants, they are not communing with spirits and abstraction. They are conversing with the lingering consciousness of their ancestors, encoded in the genetic web of the jungle. Even the way the forest grows hints at deliberate design. Its layers, from canopy to undergrowth, mirror the sacred geometries found in the old geoglyphs. Concentric circles, nested ecosystems, fractal structures repeating endlessly. Some scientists have begun to suspect that the self-regulating systems of the Amazon might not be accidental at all, but inherited from the ancient management of its waterways and soils. It is as if the forest is a self-evolving continuation of an ancient experiment, one that has achieved perfect balance through time. For modern humanity, this revelation is both awe-inspiring and humbling. The Amazon's living labyrinth teaches us that civilization and nature need not be opposites. The ancients achieved sustainability not through domination, but through partnership. When their physical structures crumbled, the ecological harmony they engineered endured. Their technology did not vanish. It evolved into life itself. The forest is their final invention, their eternal monument, growing and breathing as a testament to a society that learned to become one with its world. Yet there is a darker undercurrent to this rebirth. In absorbing the remnants of its creators, the forest also absorbed their unfinished energy, the echoes of their consciousness, their memories, perhaps even their sorrow. Explorers and shamans alike speak of the presence that haunts certain regions, a feeling of being watched, guided, or warned. Strange lights flicker among the trees. Disembodied voices echo in the rain, and dreams grow vivid for those who spend too long beneath the canopy. The indigenous peoples explain it simply. The forest remembers, and sometimes it speaks. To the modern world, this seems poetic, but perhaps there is truth in the metaphor. The Amazon may be more than an ecosystem. It may be a living archive, storing not just biological information, but energetic and psychological imprints. In this sense, the forest is not only a survivor history, but its storyteller. Every rustled leaves, every drop of rain that strikes the ancient soil, is part of an ongoing dialogue between the past and the present. The forest, in its endless regeneration, is the medium through which memory becomes life again. In the next section, we follow this thread of memory deeper still. For the jungle has become a living archive, then somewhere within its vast expanse, the remnants of the old civilization, its temples, its symbols, perhaps even its final message, must still remain. Hidden beneath roots and rivers, encoded in stone or clay, they wait for rediscovery. Section 25 takes us into the heart of that search. The modern expeditions that have begun to unearth the physical remnants of the Amazon's forgotten empire, and the extraordinary revelations that continue to emerge in the soil of the world's greatest mystery. When explorers returned to the Amazon in the 21st century armed with LiDAR, drones, and satellite imaging, they didn't find myths. They found blueprints. Under the ocean of green, machines traced perfect lines, revealing entire cities long buried under centuries of soil and silence. The forest, which had once swallowed everything, was now forced to give back what it had guarded. The modern rediscovery of the Amazon's lost civilization is one of the most astonishing chapters in archaeology, a story of obsession, danger, and revelation that blurs the line between legend and fact. The first hints came decades earlier, when explorer Percy Fawcett vanished in 1925 while searching for what he called the lost city of Z. His report spoke of stone temples and grand avenues hidden in the jungle, a claim so radical that scholars dismissed it as delusion. For nearly a century, Fawcett's name became synonymous with folly. Yet, a century later, satellite scans and field excavations would confirm that he'd been right all along. There was a Z, and many of them, hundreds of interconnected urban centers stretching from Bolivia to Brazil. The revolution began quietly. In the early 2000s, archaeologists in Acre, Brazil, noticed strange formations emerging as deforestation cleared patches of land. Perfect circles, rectangles, and networks of ditches too symmetrical to be natural. When LiDAR technology, light detection and ranging, was deployed, it stripped away the forest canopy digitally, revealing the full magnitude of what lay beneath. The images were stunning. Geometric earthworks spanning thousands of square kilometers, roads as straight as Roman highways, and patterns of settlement that could only have been a product of advanced engineering. As more surveys followed, the discoveries multiplied. In Bolivia's Llanos de Mojos, researchers uncovered the remains of massive urban complexes, Cotoca and Landivar, each larger than the ancient city of Athens. These cities were connected by raised causeways, reservoirs, and canals forming a vast hydraulic network. Satellite data revealed that these sites were not isolated. They formed part of a lattice of hundreds of settlements arranged according to precise geometric and astronomical alignments. It was the largest urban network ever discovered in the tropical world. Yet the deeper researchers dug, the stranger became. Beneath the expected artifacts of daily life, ceramics, tools, and food remains, they found traces of construction techniques that seemed out of place for their time. Compacted soils reinforced with carbon, advanced drainage systems, and even hints of engineered flood control. The level of planning implied a command of landscape ecology far beyond what historians had ever credited to indigenous civilizations. This wasn't wilderness. One archaeologist said, it was a managed garden the size of Europe. Expeditions continued, often under brutal conditions. Teams hacked through vines, waded through swamps, and endured venomous insects and relentless rain to uncover forgotten architecture of a people who had vanished centuries before Columbus. In 2018, a LiDAR scan across a 200 square kilometer section of Bolivian forest revealed over 20 previously unknown urban sites, each featuring monumental platforms, pyramidal mounds, and vast plazas. The geometric consistency between them, circles connected by causeways, aligned to celestial points, was unmistakable. the same blueprint repeated across thousands of miles. Some discoveries bordered on the incredible. In one site, scientists found remnants of what appear to be enormous raised agricultural fields, square plots separated by drainage canals, arranged with mathematical precision. Soil analysis showed that these fields had been deliberately enriched with organic material and charcoal, suggesting a coordinated system of sustainable agriculture supporting massive populations. This confirmed that the terra preta soils found throughout the Amazon were not isolated innovations, but part of a continent-wide technological system. But the forest still holds its secrets tightly. For every geoglyph and mound revealed by LiDAR, dozens remain buried. Many sites are inaccessible, hidden beneath protected reserves or deep floodplains. Archaeologists estimate that what has been uncovered so far represents less than 10% of what lies beneath the jungle floor. Some experts believe that the entire western Amazon was once part of a single cultural network, a federation of cities, temples, and ecological sanctuaries connected by thousands of kilometers of roads and waterways. Modern explorers often describe their expeditions with reverence bordering on the spiritual. As they uncover plazas where no human has walked in a millennium, they report a palpable presence, a sense that the forest itself is aware of their intrusion. Some claim to hear faint humming or rhythmic echoes near certain mounds, sounds later measured as low-frequency vibrations caused by the natural resonance of the ground. Yet among the indigenous guides, such phenomena are no mystery. The land is remembering. They say, "You have woken the ancestors." One of the most remarkable finds to date emerged from a site near the Guapo River, where excavators uncovered artifacts that appeared to be symbolic carvings, small clay tablets etched with geometric patterns. Some researchers interpret them as proto-writing or ritual tokens, while others suggest they could be cosmological maps, records of star alignments used for navigation or ceremony. Their arrangement bears uncanny resemblance to constellations visible in the southern sky around 1000 BCE. If confirmed, these would represent the earliest known astronomical records in South America. For mainstream science, these discoveries are rewriting everything once believed about the Amazon. The old narrative of a pristine wilderness populated only by scattered tribes is gone. In its place rises the image of a continent-spanning civilization, one that built in harmony with nature, then disappeared so completely that the forest itself became its legacy. But for independent researchers, the revelations go even further. They see in these discoveries the evidence of a universal pattern, echoes of a global civilization that once spanned the earth before being lost to cataclysm. Whatever the truth, the excavations continue. Each new survey adds another piece to the puzzle: roads, plazas, canals, astronomical alignments, agricultural systems, an artifact that point to a culture as advanced as it was enigmatic. The more we uncover, the clearer it becomes that the Amazon was not the end of the ancient world. It was one of its centers. And yet, one final question remains. If the civilization was so vast and sophisticated, where are its ultimate centers? Their temples, their archives, their sanctuaries of knowledge? Were they destroyed, buried, or intentionally hidden? Some believe the answer lies deep within the jungle's most remote regions, places where few dare to go, where strange magnetic anomalies and legends of forbidden zones persist. In the next section, we will follow those who've gone in search of these final sanctuaries, the explorers and visionaries who risked their lives to uncover what may be the last untouched remnants of the Amazon's forgotten empire. There are still places in the Amazon where maps fail, where compasses falter, and where even satellite signals seem to bend and vanish into static. The locals call these places no-go zones, regions said to be protected by the spirit of the forest or cursed by ancient gods. Explorers who enter them often return changed, or not at all. For centuries, tales have circulated among indigenous tribes and modern adventurers alike of forbidden regions deep within the jungle, lands of perpetual mist, unnatural silence, and structures that seem to breathe with life. These are the last sanctuaries of the ancient world, the rumored strongholds of civilization that vanish yet refuses to die in memory. Among the most enduring legends is that of Acacur, a supposed subterranean city hidden beneath the borders of Brazil, Peru, and Bolivia. The story entered Western awareness in the 1970s through the testimony of a man named Tatanka Nara, who claimed to be a descendant of the ancient Ugamongolala tribe, guardians of the hidden world. He described tunnels stretching for thousands of miles beneath the rainforest, connecting cities of stone and crystal illuminated by a perpetual inner light. His tales included advanced technologies, archives of knowledge, and the remnants of sky gods who once ruled the surface before retreating underground after a great flood. Although many dismissed the Tunk as a hoaxer, explorers who followed his directions reported inexplicable findings. Sealed caverns, geometric rock formations, and artifacts that predated known cultures. Even today, satellite imaging reveals anomalous depressions and entrances in remote plateaus, features that seem to correspond eerily with his maps. The search for such lost sanctuaries has since become a kind of sacred obsession among archaeologists, treasure hunters, and spiritual seekers. Modern expeditions combine high-tech equipment with ancient intuition, guided by both LiDAR data and the whispers of tribal elders. One of the most promising discoveries came in 2022, when a joint Brazilian-German team exploring near the Serra do Divisor National Park detected a series of symmetrical cavities beneath limestone ridges, so precise and aligned that natural processes alone seemed insufficient to explain them. Initial drone footage showed a complex network of underground chambers connected by straight corridors. Some chambers emitted electromagnetic readings far above background levels, as though something deep within was still generating power or resonating energy. What they found inside remains largely classified. Unofficial account from members of the expedition described strange carvings etched into the walls, spirals, stars, and serpents reminiscent of the Amazonian geoglyphs. Samples of mineral residue from the walls contained traces of silica fused under high heat, suggesting exposure to intense energy long ago. The deeper the explorers went, the stronger the electromagnetic interference became, until their instruments malfunctioned and communications were lost. When they finally resurfaced, they reported disorientation, nausea, and vivid hallucinations. Officially, the site was deemed too unstable for further excavation. Unofficially, it was sealed and absorbed into a restricted research zone. Other rumored sanctuaries have surfaced in fragmented reports. Deep in the Javari Valley, one of the most isolated regions on Earth, satellite scans reveal rectangular clearings that appear and disappear seasonally, as if the jungle itself opens and closes over something vast. In the upper Madeira Basin, researchers mapping floodplain topography found enormous circular depressions with perfectly level floors, surrounded by raised ridges that may conceal buried structures. Local tribes refuse to enter these areas, saying they are guarded by the Watchers who never die. They warn that anyone who disturbs the sites awakens the dreamers below. Some explorers who have ventured into these zones speak of overwhelming sensations, auditory distortions, magnetic pressure, and lights moving beneath the canopy. The phenomena have been partially documented through motion sensors and infrared cameras, which show flashes of heat signatures where none should exist. While skeptics attribute these to natural magnetic fields and geothermal vents, others argue that such areas mark the last functioning nodes of an ancient energy grid, remnants of civilization's long-forgotten technology, still resonating beneath the earth. The indigenous traditions of the region lend further intrigue. The Matsas and Ashaninka peoples tell of hidden cities where the ancient ones sleep, protected by stone guardians. They speak of doors carved in the mountains that open only when the earth sings at the right frequency. To them, these are not myths but warnings. The forest keeps its secrets until humanity is ready to remember. Some shamans claim they can sense the presence of these sanctuaries during trance, describing vast halls filled with humming stones and glowing symbols that pulse like heartbeats. Their accounts mirror those of modern explorers experiencing electromagnetic disorientation, as if both physical and spiritual perceptions are encountering the same phenomenon from different dimensions. Intriguingly, seismic and magnetic surveys taken across parts of the western Amazon show repeating geometric anomalies, subsurface formations resembling tunnels, walls, and grid-like networks. While mainstream geology attributes these to natural sedimentary fractures, the pattern's uniformity is difficult to explain. The idea that a vast system of underground passages could exist beneath the basin is not far-fetched. The region's limestone and sandstone layers are riddled with caves and aquifers. If ancient engineers learned to stabilize or carve these passages, they could have created an underground infrastructure resilient to floods, heat, and time. Could these sanctuaries be the final refuges of the lost civilization, They're libraries, laboratories, or temples sealed away to protect knowledge from the cataclysm above. Some researchers propose that, anticipating disaster, the ancients moved their archives underground, encoding their wisdom in materials designed to outlast stone and metal. The electromagnetic readings might not be random. They could be signals, remnants of power systems, or even beacons awaiting rediscovery. The notion may sound fantastical, yet history offers precedents. The sealed tombs of Egypt, the hidden chambers of Tibet, and the rumored crystal vaults of Central America. Across cultures, there runs a recurring theme, the idea that the ancients buried their wisdom until humanity proved worthy of it again. For now, these sites remain tantalizing mysteries. Governments classify them as geological anomalies. Scientists debate them at conferences. Explorers whisper them over campfires. The truth lies somewhere between myth and science. What cannot be denied is that the more technology reveals, the more it confirms what the myths have always said. There are still sacred places in the world where the line between the natural and the artificial blurs, where the pulse of an ancient mind still resonates beneath the Earth's skin. As new expeditions prepare to venture deeper, combining LiDAR mapping with ground-penetrating radar and AI-driven predictive modeling, hope rises that one of these forbidden sanctuaries will finally yield its secrets. Will they find only stone and silence, or will they uncover the final testament of a civilization that refused to vanish completely? The next section explores the theories of what might lie within those hidden chambers, what the ancients left behind, and what message they may have intended for civilization that would one day rediscover their world. What could possibly lie inside those hidden sanctuaries, buried for millennia beneath the tangled roots of the Amazon? The question haunts every explorer who has glimpsed the strange symbols carved into the rocks or felt the pulse of energy that seems to emanate from the ground itself. If the ancient civilization of the Amazon truly reached a level of advancement that rivaled our own, what knowledge did they seal away before their world fell into silence? What message, if any, did they intend for those who would rediscover it? Archaeologists and esoteric researchers alike have proposed theories that range from the cautious to the astonishing. Some suggest that the subterranean sanctuaries were simply archives, libraries of clay tablets, ceramics, and carvings recording agricultural practices, astronomical alignments, and spiritual teachings. Others believe they may have been laboratories, where pre-scientists experimented with sound, magnetism, and plant-based biochemistry. Still others speak of seed vaults that contain the genetic blueprints of sacred plants and animals, repositories of biodiversity designed to regenerate life after a cataclysm. But among the most provocative theories is the idea that these hidden chambers were not meant merely to preserve knowledge, but to transmit it. According to indigenous oral traditions, the ancients could speak with the earth through vibration and resonance. Their temples were not places of worship, but instruments, machines that converted sound and intention into tangible energy. The humming stones described by modern explorers may not be mythic at all, but remnants of this technology. Acoustic testing of some Amazonian geoglyph sites has revealed extraordinary properties. Even small sounds, like footsteps or chants, can create powerful resonant echoes that amplify across the landscape. If the ancients mastered this principle, it's possible their hidden sanctuaries were designed as resonant chambers, architectural tuning forks that could record and replay energy, sound, and information. Some fringe researchers compare this concept to a planetary-scale hard drive, the Earth itself as the ultimate storage medium. They suggest that the ancients inscribed information not on paper or stone, but into the crystalline lattice of minerals through sonic vibration or electromagnetic fields. Modern science, with its growing understanding of quantum information storage and piezoelectric memory, can no longer dismiss this as pure fantasy. Certain crystals, like quartz, are known to store and transmit energy and data. Could it be that the crystal halls described in myths were not metaphors for beauty, but descriptions of an actual technology, one that encoded knowledge into the living matrix of the earth? This theory finds echoes in cultures across the world. The Egyptian pyramids, according to some studies, display acoustic properties that focus sound waves toward specific chambers. The temples of Angkor resonate at frequencies matching planetary harmonics. Even Stonehenge functions as an enormous sound amplifier. If such knowledge existed independently on different continents, then perhaps it originated from a common source, a prehistoric global civilization whose survivors carried fragments of their science into the Amazon's depths. The hidden sanctuaries could represent the last functioning remnants of that ancient network, humming faintly beneath the jungle like sleeping servers in the planet's memory. But what were they transmitting, and to whom? Some scholars believe the message was intended not for the ancients themselves, but for us. The civilizations that built these sanctuaries may have foreseen their own downfall. They may have understood that humanity would rise again one day, rediscovering fragments of their wisdom. Perhaps they encoded their knowledge in a form that could only be accessed when human consciousness reached a compatible frequency, when we once again aligned to the Earth's resonance. In this interpretation, the hidden chambers are not just tombs but time capsules, designed to awaken when the world is ready to listen. Modern explorers who have ventured near these sites often report strange experiences consistent with this idea. Some describe dreams of geometric light, others sudden flashes of insight or déjà vu. The phenomenon has been documented enough to draw scientific interest. Researchers measuring electromagnetic fields in certain ruins have noted low-frequency oscillations that seem to affect brainwave patterns in the alpha and theta range, the same states associated with meditation and visionary experience. Could the ancients have understood how to use resonance to alter consciousness, embedding their message not in symbols but in states of mind? Perhaps their legacy was never meant to be read, but felt. If true, this would explain the profound sense of recognition many people describe when encountering Amazonian sites or partaking in traditional plant ceremonies. The experience feels less like learning something new and more like remembering something ancient. The forest energy, the rhythmic pulse of the drums, the geometry of the ruins, all seem to act as triggers, unlocking deep layers of collective memory. This aligns with indigenous teachings that say the knowledge of the ancestors is not lost but sleeping inside us. The sanctuaries, then, may be keys designed to awaken that inner archive, the human consciousness itself, as the final piece of their technology. Within the esoteric community, there is growing speculation that the message left by the ancients is not merely historical, but prophetic. The symbols etched into newly discovered tablets and ceramics appear to depict cycles, periods of growth, collapse, and renewal repeating across millennia. Some researchers interpret these as records of planetary shifts, solar flares, or cosmic alignments that reset human civilization at regular intervals. According to this theory, the ancients may have left instructions for surviving the next great cycle, guidelines for restoring balance between humanity and the earth when the inevitable upheaval arrives. If such a message exists, it may already be whispering through our world. As modern technology pushes deeper into the Amazon, we find ourselves replicating the very mistakes the ancients warned against: deforestation, disconnection, imbalance. The parallels are chilling. A civilization at its peak of knowledge, facing collapse through environmental and spiritual fragmentation. Perhaps the real secret of the sanctuaries is not advanced technology or alien contact, but a warning from our own ancestors, an encrypted reminder that the key to survival lies not in domination, but in harmony. Still, questions remain. Why hide such wisdom instead of passing it forward directly? Some myths offer an answer. The knowledge was sacred, and its misuse could destroy as much as it could heal. The ancients had seen this happen before: the misuse of energy, the arrogance of mastery, the fall of worlds. To protect the planet, they buried their wisdom, trusting that only those who approached it with reverence and balance could rediscover it. In this sense, the sanctuaries are both test and teacher. Whoever finds them must prove their worth by understanding that the true power lies not in control, but in connection. If we are indeed nearing the threshold of rediscovery, humanity may soon face the same choice the ancients did: to wield knowledge as a weapon or as a bridge. The sanctuaries of the Amazon, long silent, may yet speak again, not through words, but through energy, intuition, and awakening. The forest hums, the stones vibrate, and perhaps somewhere beneath the soil, the ancient network stirs, waiting for consciousness to reach the right frequency. In the next section, we explore the implications of what rediscovering such wisdom might mean, not just for archaeology or history, but for the human future itself. If the knowledge of the ancients returns to us, will we finally transcend the cycle of creation and collapse, or will we repeat it once more? If humanity were to truly rediscover the wisdom buried beneath the Amazon, the consciousness, science, and sacred technology of the ancients, What would it mean for our future? Would it mark the dawn of a new age of enlightenment, or the beginning of another cycle of hubris and ruin? Section 28 peers into that possibility. What happens when forgotten knowledge is remembered again, and what it reveals about the destiny of humankind? The first and most immediate implication would be a revolution in how we understand our past. For centuries, the story of civilization has been linear, a steady march from primitive hunter-gatherers to modern technological societies. But the Amazon's revelations would obliterate that narrative. If an advanced civilization once flourished there, long before the rise of Sumer or Egypt, it means that humanity's progress is not linear but cyclical. Civilizations rise, master nature, fall into imbalance and collapse, only to rise again, carrying fragments of forgotten wisdom. History would no longer be a ladder but a spiral, and we would be standing on a turn that mirrors one taken thousands of years ago. Imagine the scientific shockwaves. The confirmation that pre-Columbian civilizations possessed mastery over ecology, resonance, and possibly even electromagnetic manipulation would force science to rewrite the origins of physics, biology, and technology. Universities would have to rebuild the foundations of anthropology. Archaeology would shift from digging for artifacts to decoding energy systems and environmental harmonics. The Amazon itself would become the greatest living laboratory on Earth, a place where the boundaries between ancient mysticism and modern science dissolve. Yet such a revelation would not come without peril. Knowledge is power, and power in unbalanced hands always breeds danger. The ancients themselves seem to understand this. Their warnings, encoded in myth, symbol, and vibration, suggest that their downfall stemmed from their own misuse of sacred energy. The same risk confronts us today. Modern civilization is already awakening dormant forces, manipulating genomes, harnessing quantum fields, and experimenting with planetary systems without fully understanding the consequences. Rediscovering the secrets of the ancients could accelerate that trajectory, unless we first learn the lesson they tried to leave behind. The rediscovery of ancient Amazonian knowledge would also transform our understanding of consciousness. If their civilization truly operated on principles of collective awareness and harmony with Earth's energetic field, then our current concept of mind would be radically incomplete. Neuroscience would have to embrace spirituality. Spirituality would have to meet physics halfway. Humanity would begin to realize that thought and energy are intertwined, that consciousness itself might be a fundamental fabric of reality. The ancients may not have built machines in the way we understand them. They may have used their own minds as instruments, tuning themselves to the Earth's frequency to create harmony in both environment and society. In such a world, technology would not vanish. It would evolve. Instead of circuits and combustion, it would rely on vibration, light, and intention. Buildings could resonate with human emotion. Medicine could heal through frequency. Agriculture could thrive through energy coherence rather than chemical intervention. Modern scientists might rediscover that plants and humans exchange bioelectrical communication, that water retains memory, and that geometry, used correctly, can influence the flow of life force. The magic of the ancients will be revealed as a higher form of science, one that recognizes consciousness as both the observer and the architect of creation. However, this rediscovery would also expose a shadow within humanity. To access the wisdom of the ancients, one must approach it in balance. Yet our civilization is anything but balanced. We devour ecosystems, wage wars over energy, and pursue knowledge for profit rather than understanding. Were we to unearth their power now, would we repeat their fall? History suggests we might. For every civilization that has risen to great heights, disconnection has been its undoing. If the Amazon's lost empire truly destroyed itself through imbalance, then rediscovering its wisdom would be both a blessing and a warning, a mirror showing us the path we are walking once again. Religious and philosophical paradigms would also shatter. The discovery of ancient sanctuaries filled with symbols of energy and consciousness would unify once separate domains: myth, religion, science, and spirituality. Ancient deities might be reinterpreted as archetypes of cosmic forces. The concept of God might shift from an external being to a universal consciousness, the same intelligence that the ancients sought through resonance. Humanity would no longer see itself as separate from creation, but as co-creators within it. Such an awakening could end centuries of dogma and division, ushering in a new spirituality rooted not in faith alone, but in direct experience of the interconnected whole. Yet for every mind that awakens, others would resist. Governments would seek to control access to the sites, corporations to monetize the discoveries, and institutions to maintain authority. Just as the ancients warned, the greatest danger lies not in ignorance, but in partial knowledge, power divorced from wisdom. Imagine if we learned to manipulate electromagnetic energy the way the ancients did, but without their reverence for balance. The very forces that sustained their civilization could once again destroy ours. The Earth, already straining under ecological collapse, could reactivate its own defense systems. The floods, the fires, the cleansing cycles that reset the balance. Perhaps that is what happened before. Still, hope endures. If the rediscovery were guided by consciousness rather than greed, it could mark the turning point humanity has long awaited. The reconciliation of science and spirit, reason and intuition, progress and nature. The ancient knowledge could provide a template for a new civilization, not one that builds against the planet, but one that builds with it. Imagine cities designed as living organisms, powered by resonance instead of combustion. Imagine education teaching the harmony of physics and meditation, technology, and empathy. The ancients' greatest achievement may not have been their architecture or their energy systems. It was a realization that wisdom must evolve in rhythm with love. The forest itself seems to be preparing for this awakening. As deforestation reveals more ancient sites, it is as though the earth is gradually peeling back the layers of its memory, offering humanity a chance to remember what it once knew. The timing is uncanny. Just as our civilization teeters on ecological collapse, the blueprint for balance emerges from the soil. Coincidence, or the natural unfolding of the cycle the ancients recorded. The spiral of history may be turning again, bringing us back to the same point they reached long ago. If the message of the ancients is indeed awakening, it may arrive not as thunder or prophecy, but as intuition, a quiet stirring in human consciousness. More people around the world are reporting synchronicities, dreams, and inner callings connected to the Amazon. Artists, scientists, and visionaries speak of feeling pulled toward its mysteries. Perhaps this is how the transmission begins, not through excavation, but through resonance. The old frequency is rising again, calling humanity to remember before it's too late. The rediscovery of the Amazon's lost knowledge would mark the beginning of a new epoch, the reconnection era, where humanity learns once more that consciousness, nature, and energy are one. But before that dawn can rise, we must face the shadow of our own arrogance. The next section delves into this final paradox, the warning encoded in the ancient records and myths, a message left not just for explorers, but for the entire species. It is a warning that echoes louder than any technology, one last plea from the ancients to their future descendants. Do not repeat our mistake. If the discoveries of the ancient Amazonian civilization hold a message for our time, that message is not one of triumph, but of warning. It whispers through the soil, through the carved spirals on broken tablets, through the myths carried by the tribes who remain. Do not repeat our mistake. It is the oldest message in human history, a warning carved not into stone but into time itself, echoing across cycles of creation and destruction. For the ancients of the Amazon, mastery was never their downfall. Forgetting was. The warning begins with balance. According to indigenous myths, the ancient people, those who could speak with the earth, lost their harmony when they began to see themselves as separate from the forest. The shamans say that when they turned their temples into tools of power rather than communion, the river spirits withdrew, and the world turned against them. The floods and fires that followed were not punishment but correction, the planet restoring equilibrium. The modern world is approaching that same threshold, driven by the same arrogance. Technology without reverence, progress without purpose. The ancient story is repeating, only this time, the scale is global. In the geometric symbols found throughout the Amazon geoglyphs, researchers have detected recurring motifs. Spirals that expand and contract, circles intersecting within squares, serpentine lines devouring their own tails. To archaeologists, these are aesthetic flourishes or cosmological diagrams. But to those who study sacred geometry, they are messages, visual equations describing cycles of creation, destruction, and renewal. The ancients understood what modern humanity refuses to accept. That balance is not a state, but a rhythm. When a civilization breaks that rhythm, When its heartbeat grows too fast, nature resets the tempo. It is no coincidence that as we uncover these ancient cities, the modern world faces its own environmental reckoning. Fires devour the same forests that once nurtured those civilizations. Rivers once worshipped as divine arteries are now poisoned with mercury and plastic. The lungs of the earth are gasping, and yet within those very lungs are the ruins of a people who made the same mistake thousands of years ago. Their disappearance was not caused by ignorance. It was caused by brilliance, untempered by wisdom. They reached too far, tuned too high, and shattered the harmony that sustained them. This is the real forbidden archaeology, not the hidden ruins or artifacts, but the moral archaeology buried within their story. The ancients were not destroyed by gods or invaders. They were undone by imbalance. They learned to manipulate the earth's energy, but forgot to honor its spirit. They achieved collective consciousness, but allowed ego to infect it. In their pursuit of perfection, they lost humility, and the system that sustained them collapsed under the weight of their own awakening. If we listen closely, the same pattern echoes in our own age. Humanity has reached extraordinary heights of knowledge, harnessing atoms, decoding genomes, venturing into space. Yet with every breakthrough, we move further from the balance that makes life possible. Our technologies are powerful, but our ethics are brittle. We speak of artificial intelligence while neglecting natural intelligence. We split the atom but cannot unite nations. The ancients' fall was not an accident. It was an inevitability, the natural result of imbalance between heart and mind. Their story is not a relic. It is a prophecy. Even the geometry of their ruins carries this warning. The circles, representing unity, are always connected by straight lines, roads that symbolize movement and communication. But in some sites, these lines are broken, abruptly cut off by ditches or collapsed mounds, as if the builders intentionally left them incomplete. Some archaeologists believe this symbolizes the moment of disconnection, the rupture between the human world and the natural one. It was a message to the future, a monument to the fragility of harmony. We have reached the same broken line. In the midst of the Desena and Takano peoples, there is a story of the mirror of the world. The ancients, they say, built a mirror that could reflect the soul of the earth itself. When the people gazed into it, they saw all that was beautiful and all that was corrupt. But over time, they began to worship the reflection instead of the reality. The mirror grew dark, the image twisted, and soon it showed only themselves. In despair, they shattered it, scattering its pieces across the jungle. The shamans say those shards are still there, buried under rivers and roots, each one holding a fragment of truth. The story is hauntingly familiar. Our modern mirror, the digital one, reflects only ourselves. We are drowning in our own reflection, mistaking knowledge for wisdom and data for understanding. The ancients foresaw this. Their warning was not to stop seeking knowledge, but to remember why we seek it. To know without love is to destroy. To build without listening is to bury oneself. Every flood myth, every story of the sky gods, every symbol of the serpent devouring its tail, repeats this lesson. Evolution without empathy leads to extinction. The ancients encoded their tragedy into myth not as lamentation, but as guidance, a manual for surviving the next cycle. Perhaps that is why the forest itself now seems to awaken as we rediscover its buried cities. It is reminding us that the same laws still apply. The balance of life is not negotiable. The resonance between mind and planet cannot be faked. Every action sends ripples to the living web, and when those ripples turn chaotic, the web tears. The ancients may have tried to warn us through geomagnetic alignment, through myth, even through their disappearance. Their silence is not absence, it is caution. Modern humanity now stands at the same precipice they once faced. The technology that empowers us can also erase us. The intelligence that guides us can enslave us if detached from empathy. The ancients, perhaps, understood this final paradox better than we do. To evolve, they realized one must not dominate nature, but merge with it. Their warning is not a prophecy of doom, but an invitation to remember, a plea to restore the harmony we have lost. As archaeologists uncover new ruins, the indigenous elders offer a chilling reminder. You cannot awaken with the earth buried in sorrow unless you come with love. Their words echo the same lesson written in geometry and myth. The earth will give back her knowledge, but only to those who seek it with reverence. If humanity returns to the forest with greed, it will bury us as it buried them. But if we return with humility, the forest will sing again, and forgotten civilization's wisdom will rise from beneath the roots, not as ruins, but as revelation. The cycle, then, is not punishment, it is opportunity. The ancients fell so we might learn. The forest sleeps so we might awaken. The question is not whether the lost civilization will return, but whether we are ready to hear what it has to say. In the next section, we will explore that awakening, the growing sense shared by scientists, shamans, and seekers alike, that humanity is once again approaching the same threshold of consciousness the ancients once crossed. It is the moment between fall and rebirth, destruction and creation, the turning of the spiral. Humanity stands again at the threshold the ancients once approached, a crossroads between awakening and oblivion. All around us, signs of that awakening are manifesting, a surge of global curiosity about consciousness, the reemergence of ancient knowledge, and a deepening intuition that something vast and unseen is stirring beneath the surface of our world. The same vibration that once pulsed through the temples and sanctuaries of the lost Amazonian civilization seems to hum again in human awareness. It is subtle but unmistakable, a collective quickening, as if the earth itself is calling her children to remember who they are. Scientists, mystics, and indigenous elders all describe the phenomenon in different languages, but their meanings converge. Physicists speak of quantum entanglement and field consciousness, the idea that everything in the universe is interconnected. Psychologists observe mass awakenings, a shift in empathy and perception, especially among younger generations. Spiritual teachers describe an expansion of awareness, the reactivation of intuition long suppressed by centuries of materialism. And in the Amazon, shamans say simply, the dream of the earth is returning. For millennia, humanity's attention has turned outward, toward conquest, analysis, and control. Now, it begins to turn inward again, seeking harmony rather than dominance. This inward turning mirrors the path of the ancients, who built their civilization not on extraction, but on attunement. The same patterns that defined their consciousness, their use of vibration, geometry, and unity, are reappearing in modern science, from the study of resonance and particle physics to the rediscovery of cymatics and sound healing. The boundaries between science and spirituality, long kept apart, are dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The signs of this collective awakening are everywhere, though few recognize them for what they are. Across the world, more people report feeling connected to nature, experiencing synchronicities, or sensing energy in ways they cannot explain. Dreams grow vivid, intuition strengthens, coincidences multiply. Indigenous prophecies had long predicted this time. The Pachacudi, the world reversal, when hidden truths would resurface and humanity would remember its spiritual origins. The Maya called the return of the fifth sun. In the Amazon, the elders called the time when the forest will speak again. Even modern technology plays its part in this awakening. The very networks that once fragmented humanity, social media, digital communication, the global web, are beginning to mirror the structure of a global mind. Ideas travel at the speed of light, connecting people across oceans, uniting movements, spreading awareness. Though chaotic and often misused, this web is the unconscious prototype of what the ancients once achieved consciously, a planetary consciousness in which every node reflects the whole. In this way, humanity is unknowingly reconstructing the same system of unity that the ancient Amazonian civilization once embodied, only through new forms. At the same time, scientists are uncovering evidence that thought and emotion directly influence physical reality. Studies in quantum observation, water crystallization, and electromagnetic coherence all point toward a single conclusion. Consciousness is participatory. The act of observation itself shapes the world. This discovery, long considered metaphysical, may in fact be the same principle upon which the ancients built their reality. Their temples, their rituals, their architecture, all were expressions of this truth. The resonance of collective thought, focus in ritual or geometry, could alter energy fields, balance ecosystems, even heal. What they understood intuitively, we are beginning to rediscover empirically. But awakening is never gentle. Just as birth requires labor, collective awakening demands upheaval. The systems of disconnection that have governed humanity, economic greed, environmental destruction, spiritual amnesia, are breaking apart under the weight of awakening consciousness. The process feels chaotic because the structures built on illusion are collapsing. Climate change, social unrest, and existential anxiety are not separate crises. They are symptoms of a species remembering that it had forgotten its place in the greater whole. In the midst of the Amazon, this moment was foreseen as a time of thunder, when the earth would shake to reawaken the sleeping spirit of humankind. Interestingly, this psychological and spiritual awakening is accompanied by measurable energetic changes on the planet. The Earth's magnetic field is weakening, Schumann resonances are fluctuating, and solar activity is intensifying. Scientists struggle to explain these shifts, but shamans interpret them differently, as the planet adjusting her frequency, preparing to synchronize with a new phase of consciousness. The same electromagnetic forces that once powered the ancient cities are once again fluctuating, as the Earth's energetic circuitry is rebooting. We are living through the very cycle the ancients recorded, the turning of the spiral that leads from collapse to rebirth. As this awakening unfolds, humanity begins to sense something extraordinary, that consciousness itself is a true temple, and that every human being is a cell within the planetary mind. The ancient prophecy that the forest will speak again may not mean literal voices rising from the trees, but the reactivation of the wisdom encoded in every living system, a biological awakening that mirrors the psychological one. Plants communicate through electrical signals. Fungi transmit data across miles of underground networks, and the human heart emits measurable electromagnetic waves that can synchronize with those of others nearby. All of life, it turns out, is in dialogue, and humanity is finally rejoining the conversation. But awakening also demands responsibility. To hear the Earth's voice again, we must quiet our own noise. The ancients understood that knowledge without stillness leads to chaos. Their ceremonies, their chants, their discipline, all existed to keep consciousness in balance. The modern world must relearn this sacred equilibrium. Meditation, silence, and mindfulness are not luxuries. They are the technologies of the soul, tools for tuning consciousness back to harmony. In them lies the same principle that sustained the Amazon's golden age, that the health of the individual mind determines the health of collective. Some believe this awakening marks the beginning of what ancient cultures call the Great Remembering, a period when humanity reclaims its forgotten potential. The ancients may have foreseen it, encoding in their sanctuaries not only warnings but guidance, that every fall leads to rebirth, and every dark age ends when light re-enters the mind of man. The ruins of the Amazon, the myths of Atlantis, the alignments of stars, all may be breadcrumbs left for us to follow back to wholeness. And perhaps this is what the ancients intended all along. Maybe they knew that their civilization would fall, that their temples would vanish under vines and rivers. Maybe they buried their wisdom not to hide it forever, but to plant it, like a seed waiting for the right season to bloom. The forests have been guarding that seed for thousands of years, and now, as humanity begins to awaken, the soil of consciousness grows fertile again. The seed of the ancients stirs, ready to rise as the next cycle begins. In the next section, we will explore that rebirth, how the echoes of the ancient Amazonian civilization are shaping modern science, spirituality, and global consciousness. The veil between past and future is thinning. The knowledge that was buried is returning, and humanity, whether prepared or not, stands on the edge of a new dawn, the return of the wisdom that the forest has kept alive through ages of silence. The awakening has begun, quietly, steadily, like dawn filtering to the canopy after an endless night. Across the world, people are rediscovering fragments of the same wisdom that once guided the ancient builders of the Amazon. It is as if a buried frequency, dormant for millennia, is rising again through human consciousness, vibrating in dreams, intuition, and science alike. The lost civilization is not returning through archaeology alone. It is re-emerging through us. The most striking sign of this rebirth is a convergence of ancient insight and modern discovery. What shamans once called the song of the forest, quantum physicists now describe as the resonance of fields. What ancient priests achieved through ritual and sound, neuroscientists now replicate through frequency therapy and brainwave synchronization. All across the disciplines, from medicine to architecture, echoes of the same principle resound. Life is not a collection of separate parts, but a web of energy, constantly vibrating in unity. The ancients lived by this law. Modern science is finally catching up. In laboratories, researchers are beginning to uncover the same secrets that were once embodied in sacred ritual. Biophysicists studying cellular communication have discovered that DNA emits photons of light, coherent, organized pulses that seem to convey information between cells. These biophotons, invisible to the naked eye, create a living network of communication throughout the body. The human organism is not simply chemical. It is luminous. Thousands of years ago, the Amazonian healers spoke of the threads of light that connect every living thing, visualizing them as serpents, rivers, and songs. What we call energy medicine today may be the scientific rediscovery of their ancient art. In architecture, designers are reawakening to the idea that form and vibration shape human consciousness. Buildings designed with sacred proportions, acoustic resonance, and natural materials are found to enhance well-being and focus, just as the ancient plazas and temples once harmonized with the frequencies of the earth. Environmental scientists, too, now recognize what the ancients already practiced. Ecosystems thrive when designed with feedback and reciprocity, not domination. The green architecture movement is unknowingly reconstructing what the ancient Amazonians achieved at planetary scale, a civilization that was not built on nature but within it. Even in the digital realm, humanity mirrors the ancient blueprint. The Internet, with its vast networks of information, reflects the neural and fungal webs of the forest. Data pulses through fiber optics like light through the mycelial networks beneath Amazonian soil. The ancients built their communication through sound and vibration. We build ours through light and code. The parallel suggests that human creativity is cyclical, that consciousness, when it evolves, naturally recreates the same systems of connectivity that once united the ancient world. Perhaps progress is not invention, but remembrance. This rebirth is not confined to science or architecture. It is most powerfully felt in the human spirit. More people than ever before are turning toward meditation, plant medicine, and ancient traditions for guidance. The sacred drink of the Amazon, ayahuasca, once hidden in secrecy, has become a global phenomenon, not as a drug, but as a teacher. Participants report visions of geometric patterns, luminous beings, and messages about healing the planet. These visions often echo the imagery found in Amazonian art and myth, as though the plants themselves are reactivating the memory of the civilization that once revered them. The forest, it seems, is fulfilling its prophecy. The plants will speak again when humanity is ready to listen. In cities thousands of miles from the Amazon, people who had never set foot in the jungle describe dreams of serpents of light, rivers of gold, and spiraling temples. Artists paint the same motifs found on ancient pottery. Musicians compose melodies that mirror the rhythmic chants of indigenous ceremonies. Scientists claim to have sudden insights in meditation that lead to breakthroughs in energy research and ecology. Something collective is happening, an unspoken, global remembering. The indigenous peoples, the living descendants of that lost civilization, watch this unfold with quiet recognition. For them, the awakening of global consciousness is not new. It is a return of what was always there. The elders say the forest has been whispering to humanity for centuries, waiting for us to slow down enough to hear. You are remembering your roots, they tell the outsiders. The forest is inside you, too. To them, this global shift is proof that the spirit of the ancient Amazon has never died. It simply went underground, flowing through the veins of time, waiting for the right season to bloom again. Some scientists have begun to interpret this mass awakening in terms of complexity theory and morphic resonance, the idea that information and behavior are stored in collective fields. According to this view, once enough people reconnect with ancient principles of unity and balance, the rest of the species begins to align naturally, as though tuned to a shared signal. Rupert Sheldrake's controversial theory of morphic fields suggests that when consciousness evolves in one part of the system, it influences the whole. If true, the resurgence of ancient Amazonian wisdom through modern minds might be more than coincidence. It might be the Earth reprogramming its own neural network through us. There is an elegance in this possibility. The ancient civilization of the Amazon may have built a prototype for this planetary consciousness long ago, a civilization that functioned as an organism rather than a machine, with cities as neurons and rivers as synapses. When it collapsed, that collective intelligence did not vanish. It diffused, integrating itself into the biosphere. Now, as human consciousness expands again, we are reactivating the same network. Only this time, it spans a globe. The Earth is remembering through its newest expression, humanity. This renaissance, however, carries both promise and peril. Just as awakening can heal, it can also destabilize. As individuals and societies awaken to interconnectedness, the illusions of separation and hierarchy begin to crumble. Old systems, economic, political, religious, resist the change, clinging to power through fear and conflict. But their collapse is inevitable, for no structure built on disconnection can survive in an age of remembrance. The ancients faced this same challenge. Their failure came when ego resisted unity. Our success will depend on whether we choose cooperation over control, compassion over conquest. In this new light, the Amazon itself takes on a symbolic role. It becomes both memory and prophecy. Its vast green expanse is not only the lungs of the planet, but the heart of its consciousness. Every tree felled, every river polluted, is not just ecological damage, but spiritual amnesia. Every act of protection, every reforestation effort, is an act of remembrance, a way of restoring the living circuitry of the planet. In caring for the forest, we are not saving an ecosystem. We are saving ourselves. As the forest mysteries unfold, the boundaries between myth and reality blur completely. We begin to see that the ancient civilization never truly vanished. It transformed. Its body became the forest. Its soul became the consciousness of humanity, and its wisdom now rises through us like sap through the veins of a tree. The ancients did not die, they evolved. And in remembering them, we evolve too. In the next section, we explore the ultimate question that this awakening raises. What comes next? If humanity is reactivating the wisdom of a forgotten age, will we use it to create a civilization that endures, one in harmony with the living planet, or will we once again fall into a cycle of pride and collapse? Section 32 examines the birth of the possible new world, the civilization that could rise from the ashes of forgetting and fulfill the promise the ancients left behind. The civilization that will rise after the awakening will not be a return to the past, nor a replica of the lost empires beneath the Amazon. It will be something new, a fusion of ancient wisdom and modern understanding, built not from conquest, but from communion. The ancients once lived in harmony with the planet. We must now learn to live in harmony with consciousness itself. They mastered balance but fell through arrogance. We have mastered power but lost balance. Our task is to merge their humility with our innovation, to create a civilization that thrives in rhythm with the earth, intelligent, compassionate, and awake. The world to come will not resemble our empires of steel. It will be decentralized, organic, and alive. Cities will function like forests, self-sustaining ecosystems where architecture breathes and energy flows through natural cycles. Roads will follow magnetic currents. Homes will resonate with the planet's frequency. Technology will mimic the design of life itself, transparent, silent, and symbiotic. Energy will no longer be mined but tuned. The ancients drew power from the Earth's electromagnetic field. We are rediscovering that same principle through quantum and magnetic research. The new civilization will hum with coherence instead of combustion, feeding life rather than consuming it. The old paradigm of extraction will vanish. Creation and regeneration will take its place. Economy, too, will evolve. Value will not be measured by profit, but by contribution to the greater good. Those who heal, create, and sustain will become the pillars of prosperity. Trade will move beyond currency into exchange of energy, knowledge, and creativity. Humanity will rediscover that abundance flows through cooperation, not control. Education will awaken from repetition into revelation. Children will learn through wonder, by observing ecosystems, stars, and consciousness itself. Mathematics will meet meditation. Physics will join philosophy. The ancient Amazonian view of learning, that knowledge is sacred, will return. Schools will become temples of exploration, where intellect and spirit grow as one. Medicine, too, will transform. The healers of the past understood that sickness begins in separation, from self, from others, from nature. The The medicine of the future will restore unity, using vibration, light, and natural intelligence to realign the human system. Hospitals will feel like sanctuaries. Sound, color, and geometry will replace many of the blades and drugs. Science will rediscover what the ancients practiced, that energy, emotion, and biology are one continuum. Spiritually, the walls between religions will dissolve. Humanity will no longer search for divinity above, but recognize it within. The sacred will return to the everyday, in art, in work, in the rhythm of breath. Meditation and prayer will merge into a single act, awareness. The ancients once sang their temples into being. We will learn again to create through intention and resonance. Technology will not vanish, but ascend. Artificial intelligence will become conscious collaboration, serving balance instead of control. Machines will harmonize with life's design, evolving as instruments of empathy rather than domination. Humanity and technology will no longer oppose each other. They will merge, forming a unified expression of the planet's evolution. This new world will not be utopia. It will be equilibrium. Sorrow will still exist, but it will no longer divide us. The ancients understood that creation and decay are partners in evolution. We will live by that same truth. The forest law will become our own. Nothing is wasted. Everything transforms. Perhaps this is what the ancients foresaw, not their return, but our arrival. They built in earth. We will build in energy. They vanished into myth, so that their wisdom could germinate in us. And now, as the second sun rises, humanity stands ready to fulfill what they began, a civilization not a power, but a presence, not a conquest, but a connection. The forest is already whispering its approval. The soil breathes. The rivers shimmer. The forgotten empire beneath the Amazon has not perished. It has evolved into the dream that is about to become real. The ancients left behind one final commandment: build with love. For them, love was not emotion but energy, the force that holds all creation together. It was the intelligence of nature, the rhythm that bound stars to rivers and breath to wind. To love meant to listen, to live in harmony with what is, not in conquest over it. Our civilization, by contrast, builds through dominance. We love through possession, consume in the name of progress, and mistake control for connection. The lost Amazonian world warns us where that road leads. Their fall came when love gave way to power, when they forgot that balance is maintained not through mastery, but through relationship. To build with love is to live consciously. It means cities that breathe like forests, economies that reward generosity, and leadership born from empathy rather than ambition. It means realizing that every act, scientific, artistic, spiritual, is sacred when guided by compassion. The ancients taught that love and courage are twins. The heart must open even a shadow, for love that denies darkness becomes illusion. Their serpent symbol embodied this truth, creation and destruction coiled together in eternal balance. The new world will rise only when humanity accepts both and creates through unity. Love, they said, is a true architecture of the universe. When we build with it, even silence becomes sacred. The bridge between past and future is not made of technology or faith. It is made of the vibration of the heart. The ancients foresaw a time when the earth and her children would remember their connection, a convergence of mind and matter, science and spirit. That time is now. Across the globe, discoveries in physics, neuroscience, and ecology echo ancient truths. Everything is energy, and all things are one field of consciousness. This is a great remembering, the moment when prophecy and progress meet. Quantum theory confirms what shamans long knew, that thought shapes reality. The neural networks of our brains mirror the fungal networks of the forest. Empathy, frequency, and resonance replace domination as the laws of creation. Humanity, once divided between intellect and intuition, begins to unify again. The eagle of the north, symbol of logic, and the condor of the south, symbol of heart, now fly together, just as prophecy promised. When knowledge serves compassion, when science listens to spirit, the balance returns. The bridge between worlds is rebuilt not through ritual alone, but through awareness. Yet convergence demands choice. The same knowledge that can awaken us can also destroy us if used without love. The ancients fell for this reason. They became consumed by their own brilliance. We stand at that same precipice now. But the light of the second sun rises, and humanity begins to see with both eyes, the rational and the divine. The worlds once separate are merging, and through this merging, the ancient dream continues. The second sun is not a celestial body. It is consciousness itself, awakening within humanity. The ancients said this light would rise when we rediscovered unity, when heart and mind burned as one. It symbolizes illumination, the return of inner sight. Signs of its dawn are everywhere. People feel empathy beyond borders, experience synchronicities, and awaken to the living intelligence of the planet. The forest, the oceans, even the stars respond. The Schumann resonance, the Earth's heartbeat, fluctuates, mirroring our own awakening minds. We are not observers of life. We are expressions of it. The second sun ushers in the flowering of planetary consciousness, a collective realization that thought and nature co-create reality. Science calls it coherence. Mystics call it enlightenment. The ancients understood it as the rhythm of existence. In this light, humanity's values transform. The drive to dominate softens into the desire to harmonize. Technology becomes sacred again, an instrument of connection rather than control. The new earth begins to take shape. Not a place, but perception, a world illuminated by understanding. The ancients' fall was not the end. It was a seed. Their wisdom, buried beneath vines and centuries, is sprouting in the human soul. The second sun, they foretold, is not rising above us. It is rising within us. And through its radiance, we remember, the light we seek has always been our own. The ancients spoke of a bridge of light, not built of stone, but of consciousness. It was a luminous path between the seen and unseen, the realm where humanity and the cosmos became one. In Amazonian legend, this bridge appeared at the end of each great cycle, when people remember their divine origin. Today, as science merges with spirit and humanity's awareness expands, that bridge is rising again, not in the sky, but within us. Each act of empathy, each awakening heart, forms another strand of light. As humanity vibrates in harmony with the planet, the distance between spirit and matter begins to fade. What mystics once described as ascension, physicists now glimpse as quantum coherence, realities overlapping, consciousness shaping form. The ancients didn't travel this bridge after death alone. They crossed it in life through unity and reverence. The crossing demands surrender. Fear, greed, and ego cannot survive its frequency. The light reveals what we hide, amplifying truth until illusion dissolves. For the world, this manifests as turmoil, the collapse of systems that no longer align with life. Yet this chaos is birth, not ending. The purification before transcendence. The bridge is not an escape, but an arrival, a way to live fully, aware that the divine breathes through all things. The ancients called this Yuxabu's path. Modern seekers might call it evolution. Humanity is not waiting for light to descend. It is becoming the light itself. The new earth is not another world. It is this one, reborn through perception. The ancients foresaw a time when the second sun would rise, not in the sky, but in the human heart. They said the forest would glow from within, and the world would remember that everything is alive. That moment is now. Across the planet, humanity is beginning to live differently. Technology aligns with ecology. Science bows to consciousness. Cities grow like gardens. Energy flows without harm, and architecture follows a harmony of nature's geometry. Competition fades, cooperation thrives. The illusion of separation crumbles. We no longer fight the earth. We become her reflection. In this new age, value is measured by contribution, not consumption. Leadership flows through wisdom, not control. Education awakens empathy as much as intellect. Art, science, and spirituality fuse once more, as they did when the ancients built temples that sang with the planet's vibration. The new earth is not utopia. It is equilibrium, the living embodiment of balance rediscovered. The shamans say that when this shift completes, the earth will shine like a star. It will not be the end of history, but its renewal, the flowering of understanding. The new earth is not waiting for salvation. It is waiting for recognition. It exists wherever humanity chooses harmony over fear. The journey ends where it began, in the heart of the Amazon, where mystery breathes through the soil. The lost empire we sought was never merely ruins of earth and stone. It was a reflection of what humanity once was, and can be again. The ancients vanished, but their wisdom did not. It sank into the forest, waiting for our awakening. Their geoglyphs, canals, and sacred patterns were more than engineering. They were prayers carved into the planet, messages written in geometry and time. They spoke of unity, balance, and remembrance. As we uncover them today, their purpose becomes clear. They were not monuments to power, but to consciousness itself. History turns in spirals, not lines. The ancients fell when they forgot their harmony. We rise when we remember it. Their disappearance was not failure, but transformation. They became part of the earth they loved. And now, as humanity begins to awaken, their legacy blooms again through us. The forest still hums with their song. The rivers whisper their language. The bridge of light they began to build is ours to complete. The empire we search for is not buried under the jungle. It lives within every human heart, waiting to awaken. We were never meant to find their ruins. We were meant to become their continuation, the living echo of a civilization that learned to love the world as itself.